So,
Let's go.
welcome everyone to NgGlühwein 2025. It's a pleasure. We do that in a very special way, I would say, every year. Little bit last minute.
Yeah, a little bit last minute is
It
good,
even
yes.
deserves its own slide. Let's walk through the slides.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the year, and yeah, we are the most professional conference of the world, as you can see. It was announced for the 12th of December, so for today, on the 11th of November, so not even, or close to just 1 month before. Still, I hope we get a full house today, and a full house with a good vibe today, because it's that
Yes.
time of the year where everyone should be full of love, and we want to make just a cozy whole day for everyone. Just a couple of few words about your MCs for today. Michael and me will give you the honor today. Michael, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
No, I introduce my colleague Julian Andl. He is working for Pushbased as an excellent engineer and engineering manager. And I would say this year is Julian's year of MCing. He MC'd a couple of cool events. I believe the peak was in London, Angular Connect, and now I'm very happy that we have him as our MC today too.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, okay, a couple of words about Michael. Michael is the wonderful CEO and master brain of Pushbased. He is the organizer of so many cool events, as for example Angular Connect. That was also the peak for you this year, I think.
Yes.
Organizing the Angular Vienna meetups, organizing this NgGlühwein conference, running our company, being nice to everyone, and making sure that everyone has a lot of work to do and that we share knowledge between each other. That's amazing. So
Being
thank you,
sure
Michael.
that everyone has a lot of work to do is, I believe, most important.
A couple of words about our wonderful lineup for today, because this
Blasting
is
lineup.
yeah, it's really amazing for our cozy conference here. We have people from all over the world. From the Angular team, we have Alan. We have from the Chrome DevTools team, really exciting, Michael Hablich.
Product manager.
Also from the Angular team, Mathieu Riegler. He's already here and roaming around. He brought, by the way, a really awesome suit for today. Very excited about that. Yeah, myself, I'm acting as stand-in for today because Manfred sadly couldn't come because of sickness. Then we have Thomas Trajan coming from Switzerland to us. We have Adrian, also just arrived, also working with us at Pushbase, coming from Poland. We have Elise coming from France. And then we have Chris, who is... yeah, okay, let's say he's coming from Mexico.
He's French, Mexican, Austrian. The structure of our day, we thought it is like always pressures on conferences. We wanted to do something relaxing. So this conference has very big breaks, and between every talk we have also small bio breaks. You can grab some snack, you can come back. So we really want to make it less pressures as possible. So we have 3 big breaks. The first is the biggest, 1.5 hours for lunch. We will have some snacks here. It's also enough time that you can grab some real food if you're not satisfied with what we give you here, and it should be enough time for having good food, relaxing breaks, and
networking, and feeling cozy with everyone.
Code of conduct. We also have one. We use the code of conduct of our meetup that is online. It's also linked in the slides later on. I will make it short. We want to have a really good time, and the best time you have together. And having a good time together is if you treat each other very well, very respectful, maybe even better than you would do in general. No funny jokes, no edgy something. That would support the whole atmosphere, I would say, of the event. And if it's not working out, we can fix that. Johanna is here, our boss of the company, and then she will tell you the punishment.
This is, by the way, Michael sitting in London reading out loud the code of conduct for us.
Yes.
Very good experience. In case you're interested to read about the rules, you find the link here in the slides.
I'm gonna picture it.
Don't see any phone, so one phone. We wait for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. At least one person is interested in
Yes.
how we want to contribute here. Sponsors. Michael, do you want to?
Amazing.
Yeah. Also amazing sponsors.
We have the best sponsor, which is the Angular team, they support this event since the first spontaneous happening. We are extremely happy. They not only cover us financially, they also send us really cool speakers from their team, and they trust us that we do a really good atmosphere and put good quality videos online. Then we have our long-term old sponsor ship with Angular Austria. That's a non-profit organization. We created that a couple of years ago, and this association supports Angular events in Vienna, in Austria, or in the surrounding countries. And then we have our company, Pushbased, that is happily sponsoring the meetups during the year and also this conference, because it is an amazing thing to do. Yeah.
Very important information for everyone. Please now pull out your phones and scan the QR code, because here you can contribute to our Q&A panel that will run as the last thing for today. So all the speakers will sit here. Hi, Miro. And whatever question you have on your mind, you can just put it on the questionnaire. Maybe with a hint about what talk it was. You can also check in and vote other questions that come up, and afterwards it gives us a better idea of what you're interested in, and that we can categorize the questions better and prioritize them better. We will share this link all over the day. I guess there behind at the wall we will for some time also just beam the QR code. And yeah, please contribute here, because then we have an amazing QA panel by the end of the day.
Next, what we have a mini raffle. If you survive the whole day and you don't leave early, you have chances to win some really moderate prizes.
Yeah, like this is your top one priority, or top one motivation to take a part on the questionnaires, because you have to submit a question in order to participate on the raffle, and those are the amazing prizes.
JetBrains licenses and T-shirts and other swag.
You don't get the person inside of the hoodie and the beanie, just in case. Yeah, I just want to mention that. Maybe also in interest of the code of conduct. The person is not included.
No people sold here. Okay.
Final word before it's my time.
Final word before we switch to the stage. This event, as well as any other meetup in Vienna, is driven by the community. Everyone that speaks on stage is also part of our community, and the coolest thing for us as an organizer is if we can motivate new people to submit a talk and give a talk. If you're interested, please do that. Submit a talk, even if it is just a title. We are super motivated to help you. We will help you craft the slides, do demo runs with you, walk you through the whole storytelling process, and then give you a wonderful stage for your first talk. So if you never thought about it, today is the day for you. Submit a talk and show up here on stage next time.
Yeah.
Without any more delay, I can introduce the already well-known Julian on stage. He will talk about virtual views, rendering, and what matters. It's a very performance-heavy talk, very technically in-depth, and I'm super hyped to see that one. Welcome on stage, Julian.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, let me quickly prepare my device and all the different tabs that I have to open. Let's start maybe with that one. Go ahead and also add this one. I also wanted to show the code. Let's see if I find it somewhere. Yes, it's here. Good. Okay, amazing. Welcome everyone. So you know me already. I don't need to introduce myself so extensively. Hope you're ready for the first talk of the day. Michael already said the title to you. It is rendering what matters when it matters. So this is about yet another virtualization technique. Let's first give some numbers where this context is coming from, like where this idea of the whole concept is coming from. Like most of your traffic that goes to your applications, if you build something public facing, is coming from mobile devices. And this is not something that I just made up in my mind. We can talk about some facts. So in Austria, this is about 45% of the whole traffic in the internet is caused by mobile devices. 45%, I said most, that's not true, but let's take a look at how it looks like globally. On global level, we have 65% of the whole internet traffic running through mobile devices. And if we take a look at completely different market situation, for example, in India, we have it up to 80%. So especially in those regions where anyway devices are not so capable and not so strong, we have even more traffic from mobile. And that is something you always have to consider when you build international public-facing applications. Let's take a look at how those devices perform in general by taking a look at how they perform in terms of core web vitals. And we can see here that only around 30 to 40% of mobile devices manage to have good core web vitals overall. And this is kind of bad. That means like every second user has a poor experience on the web, according to core web vitals, which are not even so strict. We can also show this in bar charts. So this is in particular INP. So we see here in 2024, only 43% of all mobile devices manage to have good INP. What does it mean? More than half of your users suffer from slow responsiveness of your app while using them. Why is this, or one of the reasons why this is the case is most of the time when you have mobile apps on the web, you build also a desktop app with the same code base. And you have just some responsiveness going on that switches the layout when whatever device size you're just going to the app. So on the right side, you see the desktop application. On the left side, you see the mobile application. So what is going on here under the hood is that all the components that are rendered on desktop are just finding a different place on your mobile viewport. And most of them are not even visible to the users, right? So you render them, you bootstrap them, there are ongoing subscriptions in them, they consume memory, they do DOM updates, they do whatever, but they're not even visible. Still, you render them. And that, by the end of the day, causes for a lot of mobile applications, in general, too much DOM, too many components, too much JavaScript is being executed at one given point in time. This is one example of one of our client apps. It's a sports betting app, I think. They have a lot of carousels, as you can see. And only the red part is what the user actually sees. Everything else that is marked in blue here is what the user cannot see. Yet it's there, yet you render it, yet you generate the DOM for it, and yet you have all those subscriptions going on and animations that are not even visible for the user, right? He has to first scroll to that. And too much DOM hurts really on all ends when it's coming to performance. Meaning, when we talk about the browser render pipeline, which consists of those 5 stages, there are a couple of sub-stages in between, but those are the main ones. You have scripting. Of course, too many components affect scripting. You have a lot of DOM. This causes high recalculate style phase. Also, you have a lot of DOM and complex DOM structures that you don't even need, causes heavy layouting phase. Then the browser also have to paint. You have a lot of maybe images that need to be rendered or colored borders also. They need to be painted. And then you have those carousels going on. They need to be composited on, the layers need to be put on top of it. So this is the browser render pipeline. And too much DOM, too many components affect each and every stage of it. And can we measure that? Because I can tell you whatever, and you have to believe me, but can we put that into numbers? Can we extract some metrics that give us an idea about what we are talking here? And yes, we can, in different ways. Let's talk first about memory usage, because of course, more components, more DOM at one given point in time means that your device needs to store more things right now in memory. You can use, for example, the performance monitor, which gives you an idea of how many DOM nodes are currently in memory, how big is the JavaScript heap size at a given point in time. And in the majority of times, you can just halven it or even more if you just render what's needed and not just put everything on the screen. Then we have loading speed, which is mostly communicated or measured by the metric LCP, which is one of the core web vitals. In order to have a good core web vital score, and this is still questionable if this really feels good, you need to render the biggest part of your app within 2.5 seconds, which for our experience, 2.5 seconds is not even fast. LCP is divided into 4 stages. We have time to first byte, so how long does it take to receive the first byte from the server we do a network request. Then we have resource load delay, so this means when do we start downloading the actual resource that will be our LCP element, for example, the image that we want to display. Then we have resource load time, how long does it take to download that resource in general. And then we have element render delay, meaning what other work do we have first to process in order to display our largest contentful paint. And too much DOM mostly affects the element render delay phase, because this is the stuff that has to be first executed in order to paint anything. And if this is bloated, then you delay your LCP by that. Then we can also measure that in interaction speed. This is what I said earlier about responsiveness. Interaction speed or responsiveness is typically measured in INP, which means interaction to next paint. In order to have a good score here, it means 200 milliseconds. So this kind of says how snappy does your app render a new frame after you interacted with something. You press a button and then you expect a modal popping up, or you press a button and you expect some animation to fire off. So how long is the time span between that? This is also measured in subparts, and for INP we have 3 of those. We have the input delay, so how long does it take to so that the browser can react to what you actually do. So if your main thread is currently bloated with other work, the user clicks within that time or does something, then the browser has high input delay because it cannot react immediately. It has to wait for other work to finish. Then we have the processing time, which is the actual work that you triggered, that you need in order to render something on the screen. And lastly, you have the presentation delay, so everything that has to do with rendering and painting. So if you have a lot of DOM, this stage will most likely increase. But in general, you can say too much DOM, too many components affect mostly processing time and mostly presentation time. Those are the things where we can improve. Then we have a new thing that is called soft navigations. So yeah, this is initial navigation. You know that already. You go to a web page, you enter the address into the address bar, and then you wait. You see a loading spinner, splash screen, and then all of a sudden your content appears. And then you have your LCP. In this case, it's that thing here. We can imagine this is an image, and this is just LCP. But then we are working with Angular, right? And Angular has a router, so you do not have hard navigations anymore. So there's no upcoming LCP event. You have it only once. You download the app, display it. Wherever the user lands, this will be LCP. When you switch a route, there is no new metric for it. So there's something missing. But we could, in theory, really need this metric, because this would explain to us how long do we have to wait until a soft navigation happens, right? We switch a route and we want to know what is the LCP for the next page. So how fast does the user perceive switching a route within your app? There is this concept of soft navigations. As I said, this is currently in experimental phase. You can enable that as a flag. There is a blog post on web.dev, I think. So yeah, you go to Chrome flags and you enable experimental web platform features, and then you are able to also measure soft LCP. And this will hopefully become at one point part of the core web vitals, because the amount of JavaScript-based web apps is kind of increasing, and that would be a really, really helpful metric to have. There's a talk I want to mention from my colleague Chris, who talks about exactly that topic, how to speed up soft navigations and turn them into instant navigations instead. And yeah, there's this general guideline if we talk about too much DOM. Whatever you create, this is another metric that you can keep in your mind. Whatever you create, you also have to destroy. So think about soft navigations. You have one page with so many components, and you navigate back from that route. What you have to do, you have to first destroy all of those so many components in order to create the new ones. So if you create a lot, you also have to destroy a lot. What does it mean? You see on top, this is the navigation to a page with a lot of DOM. And we can see already there's a lot of work going on, very long task. And then you navigate back from this page again. And then you see here, all of those nodes that you earlier created, or all of those components that you earlier created, also need to be destroyed. So you, by having a lot of DOM on your page, you also mess up the navigation to the next site because of your current situation and not of the future situation where you maybe also have a lot of DOM. So just keep that in mind. And for that, I have prepared a live demo. Quick introduction into our demo application here. Let me zoom in a bit that you also see the navigation. So yeah, I am right now at a blank page because we want to mimic the navigation from nothing to something with a lot of DOM. So I go here to native, and here you see a grid of movie cards. Yeah, this is just a very long list of movies. This is also like with CSS grid, just adjusting to the viewport size so just so you have an idea of what this demo application is about. It just shows movie tiles in that case. And we can see here, if we inspect the DOM, that we render a lot of movie cards here. But in theory, that's the whole idea behind it. We only need the first 2 or 3 or 4 cards because those are the only ones that are really visible. So let's see what that means for a user and measure the performance when it comes to this navigation. So I'm opening the performance panel, and before I get going, I'm throttling my CPU down a bit because I want to at least have a better picture how slower devices than the newest MacBook Pro behaves, because this is also a misconception for many people. It works fast on my machine. Yeah, of course, you're sitting in front of a MacBook and not in front of a 10-year-old smartphone, right? So let's make use of the throttling to mimic that a bit and measure the navigation to that page. We can take a look now at what is the outcome. And what we are seeing as a first measure here, INP 700 something milliseconds, which is insanely huge. It's also marked in red. Red is always dangerous. And if you remember, INP turns into red, like the worst score that you can have above 500 milliseconds. And we can see here what causes this extremely high INP, so responsiveness. We see here this animation frame is being fired, and it has to render all of those movie cards. We see a movie card template, movie card template, movie card template. So this is our code that is being executed, and we have to render, like, I think 200 cards or so here. Yeah, and that just causes a lot of work. Of course, also when we navigate back. With that, what I could also show is the performance monitor, which is accessible from down here as a tool. And here you see the performance monitor, and here we can see JavaScript heap size, amount, and amount of DOM nodes. So if we go back to the other side, and hopefully I don't have any memory leak. Yes, okay. Just click the garbage collection, and now heap size dropped to 9 megabyte, DOM nodes 94, event listeners only 94. Let's go back to the other page. And we see all of a sudden we have 90 megabytes of JavaScript heap size and 30,000 DOM nodes. And this is not even an example that is way too huge or so. This is kind of reality for enterprisey, public-facing, big JavaScript apps. So let's go back now that we have an overview. What is the current problem? I think I can leave the throttling on for now. And yeah, just to prove my theory that I forgot to show that. Just to prove the theory that this hurts on all ends, because we only took a look at scripting. Scripting is everything that is yellow here. We see here the click event and the animation frame that causes change detection afterwards and rendering all of our components. But we also see style recalculation 80 milliseconds, layout 33 milliseconds, and 80 milliseconds now seems to be not so big of a deal, but if we remember, 80 milliseconds is kind of half of the good score you need for good INP. So this is actually a lot. 80 milliseconds doesn't sound much, but if you only spend this for style recalculation, then that's kind of dangerous already. And here we also see the committing phase and the paint, of course. So all of the stages are really affected by having too many components. And just having it displayed again as the browser render pipeline, so all of the stages are right now affected and currently performing bad. And yeah, I think I don't need to say so many words about myself again, but hey, I'm Julian. I tried to solve exactly this problem today for you that I just showed you. As Michael already mentioned, working for Pushbase as an engineering manager. Yeah, in general, very interested in improving web performance, architecting with Angular, and using NX for productivity and scaling applications. So the first topic that maybe comes to your mind is, yeah, okay, let's use virtual scrolling. Virtual scrolling is a great idea. Just to onboard everyone, what virtual scrolling really means is, this is the concept of really rendering only the stuff that you currently have in your viewport. And this is a great concept. You just define a viewport that just moves across the page while the user scrolls. You have a runway that should be sized in a correct size, like how many items you have. You render 100 items, so your runway should be as large as 100 items, otherwise scrolling gets difficult. Yeah, and whenever the user scrolls, you recalculate what items you need and just display them and hide the other ones. That's kind of the concept behind virtual scrolling. There are multiple different concepts, like implementation details. One is faster than the other. The first approach that I've shown you is moving around a container and just position that container. The other approach would be to just really go item by item and absolutely position all the items properly according to the current scroll position. And I can guarantee you this works in terms of improving INP. This is a very well-proven concept. However, this works only for pure list implementations. Like everything that looks like this, just a list. It can be vertically a list or a horizontal list or a mixed match of both. It is possible, but it would not work for a grid-like scenario that I've shown you earlier. That's why I've also chosen that demo. So everything that starts with being just a for loop iterating over items and then you have just a list of items is fine. You probably could use virtual scrolling for that as long as it's list-like. And yeah, as said already, there are multiple solutions. There's the CDK package one, which is probably the most popular one. We maintain an open source project that is called RX Angular, and we have our own implementation going on that is competing with the CDK one in terms of performance. There's also a talk I want to mention that I gave 2 years ago at NG Poland about virtual scrolling in detail. So if you're interested in that, I will share the link to the slides by the end, so you don't need to learn the link by heart. And yeah, what about all the other implementations that you might have, like grids or dashboard implementations, everything that the user could customize himself, or everything that is widget layout? Or you have just a white label app, right? So you produce white label code and then people in content management systems can put whatever content they want essentially in your app. You have no for loop that you can iterate over. You have no list-like structure. They can look like whatever. What kind of techniques can we use for that? Because this is missing out. So let's just quickly demonstrate how virtual scrolling kind of works performance-wise, but kind of breaks the layout on the other end. So again, going to my demo application and just going here to virtual scrolling. And as you can see, the layout like doesn't work really anymore. I think I can scroll around, but it also looks kind of weird. Everything is jumping around. And this is, by the way, the CDK implementation. I tried to just use CDK virtual scrolling on this grid implementation that I had earlier with CSS Grid. It's simply not possible because it's not meant to be able to understand that items switch rows, can be 3 items in a row or only 2. So that's why it doesn't work, but we can measure at least if it does something in terms of performance. So let's start a new trace, move over to here, and I could already tell how much snappier that felt, and we can also see it by the number here, 69 milliseconds. And here we can see it kind of fixes all of our problems. All of a sudden, what earlier was, and if we take a look at the overview here, I see it really clearly, that is the same task than this one here. Just rendering this one single or 2 components that are visible makes such a clear difference in terms of performance or responsiveness, which is kind of crazy. But this technique is not working for our current use case. So we have to move on. But we can recap. It pretty much works and it pretty much fixes all of our issues. Scripting is less, rendering is less, painting is less, and compositing is also less. But in order to make it work for our use case, we kind of need to be more versatile. There's also a thing that is called CSS virtual scrolling. That's, I think, a term that Michael used to coin. This is not an official term, but it kind of works like that. I'm not sure if you ever heard about the CSS containment spec, but there's one specific rule that is called content visibility. And it has one value that you can give it, and that is auto. And what does auto mean? Content visibility auto means whenever you put that on a DOM node, internally what the browser does, it kind of puts an intersection observer on top of it, and whenever it's not part of the current visible viewport, it skips the whole rendering of that DOM node. So this is kind of what we really want to achieve. Has also other benefits. Outside paintings are protected to this node, and layouts from outside are also protected from this node. However, it comes with a downside. This is the downside here. When you just apply content visibility auto to a DOM node, the browser has no idea what to do with that node when it's not visible. It will just collapse to 0 if you do not specify any dimensions up front. You have to tell it how much space it should preserve while not being visible. Otherwise, the browser skips it, it collapses entirely, and the users cannot scroll anymore. For this, there's also a solution, and there comes a second rule. This is called contain intrinsic size. And that's what you also can specify with auto. This is a kind of a new feature. I think it got stable this year or last year. I'm not quite sure, but quite recent. You can either specify pixel values. You can tell it, okay, as long as this DOM node is not visible, make it just a default size of 100 pixel in width and 100 pixel in height. Or you can give it the keyword auto, which kind of means the browser tries to memorize the element last time it was visible to the user. So you scroll to it, the browser knows, okay, this DOM node has this size right now, it disappears, so I just keep the last size possible. And this is how you can mitigate the problem that everything collapses to 0 height, as long as it was visible once. Otherwise, you can specify auto and a fallback value. That would be the perfect way to go here in order to use CSS virtual scrolling. Yeah, there's a talk from Michael about CSS rendering performance in general with a YouTube link here. He also gave a talk this year on the PerfNow conference specifically about CSS containment spec, if you're interested in that. And let's take a look at how this one performs compared to our JavaScript-based virtual scrolling solution from before. So this time we will again go and perform a navigation. Just real quick check that everything looks like it should look. So the grid implementation still works, definitely, that's what we can tell. Let's take a look at what content visibility actually does, because the browser will tell us. So first of all, we can see here now the styles that are applied: content visibility auto, contain intrinsic size auto, and a fallback size of 400 pixels. So it just assumes right now that every DOM node that is not visible has 400 pixels in height, so that the scroll bar is still functioning. That's what we did confirm, by the way. It does work. Probably if we really inspect that, it will be a bit jittery when we scroll down for the first time. So you will clearly notice that. Second of all, let's select an element that is not right now in the viewport. And now you can see, okay, it's cut off here in the corner, and I cannot bring it up top. But what it says here down there is descendants are skipped due to content visibility. So also the DevTools, the element panel, will tell you about content visibility is right now applied, and this DOM node will not be rendered. It will be excluded from the rendering step. So let's take a look what it means, because we clearly see movie cards are part here. So Angular code was executed, it's just the browser stuff that was improved. So let's go ahead and record another profile of this navigation. Go to CSS virtual scrolling, and we go back and we see we have an INP around 600 something. I think the first one was around 800, yes, 760. So it is a bit better. But exactly what we kind of knew before would happen. So all the Angular code, all the construction of the components here, movie card component template, all of those movie cards that we rendered are still executed. However, where we have a clear difference now is in style recalculations. This is now only 8 milliseconds, and not what we had earlier was about 80 milliseconds. So if your struggle in any of your apps is you have high recalculate style phases. For example, you open a pop-up for a login screen, and that takes forever because you first have to adjust some DOM styles, and it has like 200 milliseconds style recalculations. Then this CSS rule can be a real game changer if this is your only bottleneck. So really keep that in mind. It kind of works as it promises. It skips the rendering, so layouting and style recalculation, whenever a DOM node is not visible to the user, just automatically. And I think that's such an amazing feature because it's literally 2 lines of CSS that does that for you. And it's not the first time that we have improved performance massively for a couple of clients just by applying a couple of CSS rules in their style sheet, which is pretty cool. Let's go back to the blank page. So yeah, as a recap of that, it works, it does what it should, but it doesn't affect scripting. And most of the time when we are working with Angular framework, scripting is also involved because we have to generate and construct components and render the and execute template functions and so. So yeah, let's recap what we have so far in total. Initial state, everything was bad. Then we used JavaScript virtual scrolling techniques, and it really works well when it comes to performance. We could also prove that while measuring that, but we cannot apply this everywhere. It's not versatile enough. And then we have CSS virtual scrolling, which is really helpful and can be a game changer at times. However, this doesn't fix if we have scripting issues. So there's something missing that fixes everything and is universally applicable, like CSS virtual scrolling. So what we kind of want to have is everything that CSS virtual scrolling does and just put a little bit of JavaScript on top of it and make our own solution and build it into Angular and then reuse it. So I think it's time to really do exactly that and solve the problem once and for all. And yeah, the first goal that we need to achieve is rendering when something is visible and don't render something when it's invisible. So just as a visual representation of our app, we render only the part that is visible to our user in the viewport, and everything else we just skip. However, this is super easy to implement. We have intersection observer, just a native browser API, right? We can just put it onto an element, and then the browser will tell us, is this element right now visible or is it not visible? And it pushes us this information. So we can say, whenever our element is intersecting, so visible to the user, create. Whenever it's not intersecting, so it's not visible, destroy. Simple. When we just do that, we end up in a situation where the user cannot scroll anymore because we killed everything that is not visible. So there's nothing the browser would render. The scroll bar would just not be there. We cannot scroll. So with that alone, we would break the app. So next task, we want to keep the scroll intact, right? So what we kind of need is something to fill up this space, but not with our actual components, because we know already this is too much. We don't want them. So this is where the concept of placeholders come into play. So essentially what the CSS virtual scrolling does, it kind of just assumes there is a node, but there's not really a node, and we just need some replacement node in that case, and we call it placeholder. So whenever we are intersecting, we destroy the placeholder and create our actual component. Whenever we are not intersecting, we create our placeholder and destroy our actual component. So far, so simple. And if we managed to have the perfectly sized and defined placeholders that act exactly like our regular components, our job would be done here and everything would be perfect. In reality, placeholders might not have the same markup, might have different style rules, might have elements missing that define their dimensions and so. So yeah, the scroll situation would be also a bit different. So this is what we want to replace with placeholders, but we end up having placeholders that are poorly defined. Yeah, when that happens, you have a bad scroll experience. Especially if you scroll like up and down very often and the placeholders do not adjust, because then you have a constant scroll jittering experience, and your users would be like, this like, okay, it's fast, but it doesn't look good. So yeah, the next task would be keeping the scroll smooth, and what we can do with that for that is maintaining dimensions. So kind of the contain intrinsic size auto feature now. So we just introduce another function that is called maintain dimensions. We have a new observer that comes also from the browser spec, which is the resize observer. We attach a resize observer to our DOM node or to our placeholder, and we just get the information, how big are you right now, and we can maintain those sizes. So all in all, this would be the whole implementation. While we are intersecting, we destroy the placeholder, we reset our dimensions, we create our actual DOM node, and listen to the dimension changes again. When we're not intersecting, we are destroying our component, we are creating the placeholder, and we give it the dimensions that we have stored earlier from the visible node. And by the end of the day, hopefully everything runs fine and you get a really, really smooth and nice behaving appearance. And now we want to make it universally applicable, and that is the easiest task of all of them, because we are living in the Angular universe. In the Angular universe, we have a directive, and we put all the logic into a directive, apply it wherever we want on the DOM, and live happily ever after. So we just put a little bit of CSS containment on top of that, a little bit of view caching maybe, a little bit of concurrent mode, and we end up having what we call Rx Virtual View, which is available on Rx Angular. And I want to showcase how this implementation of ours looks like in the wild. So again, first of all, we do the navigation. We check if the scrolling experience is all right. It looks kind of valid for the given moment. Let's check what it does when we scroll. So maybe I'm just making this bigger a bit and zoom in so that everyone sees everything here, because that is kind of important now. So I'm selecting the movie card here. So this element that is visible, and what I'm going to do now is I'm just scrolling a bit below and make it fall out of the viewport. Now the movie card was replaced by its placeholder, as you can tell. Whenever this appears, it just gets replaced by its placeholder, which is just a simplified version of that component, just a simple div that kind of mimics the real DOM node. So now we can go back and measure the actual performance of that thing. Throttling still enabled, run the profile, go here to virtual view, stop it, and we see here an INP of 53. Let's zoom in here. And we can clearly tell here's the click event that caused this navigation. Here's the change detection event, which is only 10 milliseconds long now, because now we only need to render one view. And all of the rest are just placeholders that are just filling up space as simple divs. So this is how we saved a lot of INP. We still have our layout in place. Everything runs quite smoothly. Still, our grid is in place. The scroll functionality is given, and one thing that we could double check here is the performance monitor. So just remember, I hope no memory leak in place. Yeah, no memory leak, cool. So this is the starting point. We have 94 DOM nodes. Then we go to native. We have 30K DOM nodes. We go back to blank, kill the memory. Again, DOM nodes are gone. We go to virtual view, and we see it's improved times 10, right? So before we had 30K, now we have 3.8 something. And this is even a real world improvement. After we have built that, we used it in the client app, the layer screenshot that I showed very early in the beginning, and we dropped from 50K down to 12K DOM nodes or so, which massively improved performance overall of the whole application. And yeah, this is the final conclusion here. We have now Rx Virtual View, which kind of solves all of our problems and is universally applicable if tweaked correctly and set up correctly. It has a big API surface. The docs are also linked here. A couple of words to mention that on top of only virtualizing nodes, we also built in Rx Angular's concurrent mode. So in case you didn't hear about that, I also gave a talk specifically about this behavior, which kind of makes sure to not render so much at a given time, but rather split up the rendering into smaller chunks so the browser gets room to breathe in between, and further improving performance. Yeah, this is just a shout out to our open source library that we are maintaining, where you find all the directives and all the tool sets. Please give us a star on GitHub. You can install what you have seen right now just by npm install Rx Angular template. And there you will find the virtual scrolling, the virtual view, and also a competitor for the for loop. And yeah, it's time to say just shortly goodbye. I will be back on stage later at the day, but thank you so much for your time. Thanks for listening. I hope you learned something new. If there's something you're interested in, please reach out to me. The QR code, if you want to have the slides available, links to the slides, and in case this is too small for that beamer, here it is again. So this is maybe easier to scan. Okay. Everyone finished? One more. Okay, one last word. We are running an amazing company. We do web performance consulting. In case you need anything from us, please reach out and have a wonderful and enjoyable, cozy NgGlühwein day. Thank you very much.
Woo! Wonderful. We have, let me check the time, 4 minutes left. If you have something really urgent to do, use the 4 minutes. I want to inform you about something special. We have new stickers. This year is the Angular Austria Association sticker. It's an Angular logo with a Kaiser Franz Josef beard. Super important. It's over there on the table. Another new sticker, we are super proud of it, is the NgGlühwein official 2025 sticker. I believe no date, yeah, so maybe we'll reuse it next year too. Let's see. We have special swag, but only for speakers, so I cannot even show you. Otherwise, you will get super envy. I'm losing my ears here. I guess, looking at the time and looking at Adrian, is he already mic'd up? He's not here. It's no problem. It's we are used to that. Improvising. I can tell you a joke or two. I'm not so creative, so I will start with one of my most favorite jokes ever, all time. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Ha! I have more. I can comment on some. Let me welcome all our special guests in the meantime while we are waiting for our next speaker that is not showing up here. I saw many faces from last year, many. The coolest for us is they are all from abroad. Everyone that showed up here very early is from a completely different country. We love it. That means it's really something that is worth coming and traveling to. That is a really nice indirect compliment, I would say. And if you let me know how much improvisation I need to do more, few seconds, okay. Do we have the slideshow already for the next talk? Because then I can at least start the introduction a little bit. Yeah. A reminder on our slides. Let's scan that one more time and add questions. We will, actually our second MC, Julian, will beam the lineup as well as the output of the slides, like the submitted questions, over there on this wall. And you can upvote them and you can add more of your own. Now that I see our next speaker is getting ready, we are fully in time. We have 1 minute left. Very, very good organization here. Adrian, do you believe I should like already talk about you, or precious time? Okay, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let's get ready. I want to welcome on stage Adrian the Machine Romanski. He made a tour, a challenge this year. He started at our company at the beginning of this year, I believe. And he was like, I will do as much talks as I can, as many talks as I can. And he did an odyssey of meetups through Poland and different countries and added a couple of conferences. He made 22, including this one, I believe. Adrian, is this correct? 21 presentations this year. And he is guild master of our Poland team. Please welcome on stage Adrian Romanski with his talk, Accessibility-Driven Development. Don't forget your ears. So you take the launch. Wonderful.
All right. So what is this talk about? After this talk, I want you to leave with the feeling in your head that you always have to start with accessibility, because otherwise you end up with a lot of mess in your code when you actually try to implement it later on, or with a lot of tech debt that is very hard to catch up. So as Michael introduced me a little bit before, let me go. Sorry. Yes, okay. So yes, this is like professional me. I started to work with Angular at the version 8. So that was, I think, the EV times. Maybe it's 7 years ago. I did forget to change, but we have Angular 20 on production. Don't curse us. We did update. I just forget to update slides. What I love the most about the front-end development is NX architecture with NX accessibility. I'm doing now a lot of accessibility, and this topic is so huge that whenever I think I feel that I know a lot, I'm still finding more places to learn. I did actually order 12 books to learn it from the beginning to the ground up. And this is like the professional me. I have also my private side. So as Michael said, I was a long time World of Warcraft gamer. I've spent 15 years playing first at the city level, then on the country level, and I finish up playing on the global level because I'm a long way dreamer. I like to follow dreams and to set up hardcore goals. And when I met my wife, she told me that I can't be successful programmer and a successful gamer if I'm playing 16 hours a day, because this is just not fitting up. So I said, okay, I can stop gaming, but I need to be in top 20 world and top 1 Poland. While top 1 Poland were quite easy to achieve, top 20 in the world is hardcore because you are competing with Asia, and the guys from Asia are just on different level. They should have their own their own ranking because they are crazy. And after that, after being in top 20 in the world, we have created an event like saying goodbye to me. And yes, that was actually my last time with my guild members. We were playing together 15 years together, but we are here 19 people. As maybe you know, the guild should be 20 because one guy was so drunk the last night that he fell asleep for the picture, and we didn't even notice that he was not on the picture. He was quite sad. What else I remember from this meeting? This guy wanted just buy a new iPhone. He have sit on this wood, and the iPhone just inside the water. All right, this is about me. Let's go to the, maybe it's working again? It's not working. Let's go to the accessibility. What is accessibility? Who needs it? Actually, to make it, I don't know why it's not working. What we need to know, we have to know what are the difficulties that other people have while actually using our application. So we have to make it accessible for everyone. As simple as that, just coming from this. I'm stupid, okay. Just coming from this. First, the thing we have to understand is actually the focus control. If you imagine how the website is looking for the person, so using the assistive technologies, they imagine it as a simple vector. They can use only two moves. They can go forward or backward. So if you're interested on the point on the position 13, you have to click 12 times to reach that point. So this is quite simple example. This is maybe very simplified navigation, but we can go to the most advanced example, like the complex vector, when the point that interests us is on the place 44. So we have to click 43 times to get to this point. And then what happens is some programmer move it to the place 20. I'm never coming back to the website if I click 43 times and then they move the point. So this is actually tough. And we have a solution for those complex vectors. And the solution is actually the foundation of HTML programming. If we can't tell it, it's now the programming language with so many stuff. And the basic is actually headers. The headers are checkpoints for assistive technologies. First, it gives a structure, so you can just jump between headers and understand what is actually happening here. If I'm interested to actually check every point, if not, I'm just leaving. The most important rules is the header of level 1 for a page, and then subsequent headers of the level lower below. Maybe you see that there is no header of level 5 because I'm not using them. For me, it's too much. It's better to go with more headers of level 3 and give this kind of structure, but this is very subjective from me. How it's looking like. If you want to test this in home with the browser, you can't use these shortcuts like H number 2 or number 3. You need NWA or any actually tool that is working, maybe Orca, VoiceOver, NWA, anything that's better than included functions. How does it work? We can click H to go to the next header. If you want to go to next level 3, we just click 3. So we can skip whole vector in couple of clicks. So this is very handy. But still, there is one more problem we have to understand. When we actually have more vectors and the vectors with portals, so with anchor tags, or if the website is poorly done with spans with redirects, or with buttons that are touching router. So I have seen many, many things actually to make the navigation work. How to fix it? Because even if we put the headers here, this will not help us, yes? Because we still need to remember where are the portals. If they are anchor tags, this is quite simple, but if they are not, and this is happening quite a lot, we have to remember exact position. We can fix it coming back again to the basics, and the basics are landmarks. They are another checkpoints and another thing to make us do proper structure for our website. The only thing I'm not really understanding is why the NWDA team chose letter D for landmarks and letter H for headers. This is very counterintuitive for me. They should just go with L, but okay, that was the option. And if you go with Orca, they have different letters, so it's not simple. We can go click only a couple of times. This is actually the cookies banner that is stopping us to coming to the website. And if we put a landmark on the cookie banner, we can use skip link and just leave it. Otherwise, we can be focus trap inside. Okay, those are the basics that I want you to know because we'll be fixing some stuff later on. Then, as we are all performance nerds in Pushbase, I will show you a little bit performance side of bot accessibility. So let's come back to the years, let's say when I was a junior programmer. I was a backend developer at the beginning, and I was not very happy with working with the front end until they showed me Angular. The Angular changed everything. And let's imagine that we have very, very, very old school code in our product, and we have to make that product accessible. And I know nothing about the accessibility. I only have a Stack Overflow and my imagination. So our tester said me, listen, Adrian, you have to change it. We are listening to the path of the icon. So this is not good. I see that this is, okay. I go with hand. Okay. So as you can see, the DOM is fine. It's not very heavy. But we have a mess in accessibility tree. This should not be looking like this one. And the path is written. So what I type in the Stack Overflow, how to hide the path from the button. And we can hide it with the alt tag because the alt have higher force than the source. So we'll cover it up. But then nothing is written by the assistive technology. So at this moment, normally I will get furious and just write, please make this button accessible. And this is actually doable, but as everything in the programming, it have its own price. How to make the span icon button accessible? We have to put roll button, tap index 0 to make it actually focusable. And those two are included in button. So if we just go with the button, we don't have to put this mess inside. The only thing that we have to put is aria label because that's an icon button. How does it look in DOM? We have a garbage inside. If we have one component used in one place in application, we will be fine. But if we are doing a design system and this button will be used by hundreds of developers over the world, we will feel that DOM size getting bigger. And if we do in every place this type of I explain it like iron code. I don't know if this joke fits in English. In Polish, it's quite good. But yes, the accessibility tree is actually perfect. We don't have any nesting, because if you have nesting in accessibility tree, this means that something is wrong. We should optimize it to delete every nesting, because some of the assistive technologies will stop on the nesting. So if they have a nesting, they will stop, second pause, another nesting stone, second pause, and this is very annoying to work with. And how to actually fix it, we have to understand that the lack of basic accessibility is actually a skill issue. So we have just to learn again the basics, and doing everything on div and span is road to nowhere, because we have to put aria to fix it. And the first rule of aria is don't use aria, go with HTML. So the fix for this span icon button will be changing it to the button and putting a aria label save data. We can't omit putting aria label. We could put it in the alt, but the aria label is better based on the documentation. So this is not my opinion, but we have a save data button. This is like from the introduction for the live coding, my favorite part. Also, I love comics. So let's go to the small history. We are working at the computer cafe. Whoever was playing at computer cafes, I'm checking the cities. One. Let's go with the two. I was I wanted to ask who was sleeping in computer cafes, but with only us two, this is hard chance. But yes, I was sleeping in the computer cafes when there was €3 for a night at computer cafes. So this was perfect. When they cut me internet because I was playing too much in home. Okay, so we are working in the computer cafe and we have a weather widget. So we wanted to make money based on that. If there is a bad weather outside, the people will last longer in computer cafes. But this changed nothing. The people will stay there all day. So our UI UX designers come with a brilliant idea to start selling food to our lovely gamers. They go directly to the director. Director loved the idea. He already got early wireframes and he won the feature in 2 months. So the team is not quite happy with that. But what we can do? We can either get fired or do that in 2 months. So our front-end team, let's go me. What we are doing? We are waiting for the mockups from Figma, copy the HTML code and put it inside. And just let's wait for them. If we are doing such a thing, there is a very high chance that accessibility will be not working at all. But they are getting better. They are getting better with auto-generated code. We are meeting again in 2 months. And what is happening? Bucket is merged, design is ready, even the front end is on the last QA phase. But at the end, we got a very, very hard question. Did you remember about accessibility? We did not. And if we have 2 days to official release, we are actually doomed if we implement everything. So I will use the movie classics. Final Destination, maybe you know this movie. When you're waking up with the tears in your face that you are all that close to dying. So this is us. We have now 1 week. And let's change the Final Destination, don't get fired, and let's go for some live coding. Hopefully it will get better than this stuff that is no more working. But yes, I never changed the battery in it, and I made 20 talks, so obviously it could die, I think. And I got it from Temu for €40, I think. So I'm impressed that it was working so long. Okay. Ooh, the font size is extreme. Okay. I will scale it. Don't worry. Person should be fine. Yes, okay. Perfect. Firstly, let's see the component in action. How does it look like? Close the storybook. I don't need it at the moment. So how to trigger the accessibility tree? You have the little guy over here. Whoever tried to click this little guy that is here to check what he's doing? Good, not bad. That was actually a tricky question because that's hidden by default. You have to turn it on in settings. So normally you are not seeing this guy, but what is changing? We are changing from DOM to accessibility tree. those buttons are coming from Storybook. Let's see what is inside. It's starting with generic. So if something is starting with generic, normally it's bad. And then we have a bunch of text and bunch of generics inside. The only thing that is working is actually the checkbox. So we have to fix it. Let's see how it's working. We have the checkboxes inside. We can click them, maintain the state. So if we were not testing the accessibility, this is working, yes? But let's see about the technical debt we have created. What we have here. We have bunch of spans and bunch of divs. We have to fix three things. Firstly, we don't have any keyboard navigation. Those are not even focusable. So we can't actually use the component. Even it's not visible. Even if we implement, we ship the feature and someone come with 80s and want to try it, they can't because this is not focusable. It will be not announced. So we have to fix accessibility tree, interactions, and HTML. So always go with HTML first because this will fix a lot of problems. First, we have to make it focusable and with the proper role. So we go with the button. If something have a click event binding, it can be a span. That's like the first rule. Normally it's taken by the linters if you have one properly set up. What else we have? We have a div, and inside the div we have a loop of items. So in 90% of situations, this should be an ordered list, or ordered list if the order matters. Yes. Let's go inside. And here we have another div. And this was not working until Angular, I think 17 or 18. We could not put another list on the top component and their list item inside. I don't know. I think they fixed it. Maybe there is a Matthew who knows why it was not working. Like why it was not working when you put unordered list in one component and list item in the lower component. It started to work like, I don't know, a couple of months ago, maybe a year. Yeah, it's not that important. We talk later. I just, sorry, tomato HDH. Okay, let's see how does it look like now. We have a button, better. We don't have the garbage. Before we have all the stuff in the one level, one dimension. And we have a list. So we group those items inside. Good. Now we have to explain to the user what we can see with our eyes. And what we can see clearly that this button is responsible for some drinks. I have a cocktail icon. So we have to go with the area label. Drinks. What else? Starting from the button. After interacting with the button, some content is popping up quickly. So we have to inform user that this is happening. And if you want to learn accessibility, you can either go crazy and try to memorize all the documentation. I tried that. You can go crazy with that. Or better, just to understand what you have to fix and what do you have to explain. Then it's easier to actually remember all that stuff. So this is actually, it has some pop-up. It have pop-up. And it have a pop-up of menu. If you go with the has pop-up true, it will be menu also. The worst thing about those tags is that if you delete it, you don't have any compilation error, and it is not visible in accessibility tree. So those should be hardly unit tested to prevent some developer coming in 6 months and think, what is that has pop-up? What about this? Huh? Okay. Working? Cool. So yes, we have to unit test all of those. What else? We are sure that after clicking this button, we are controlling this object. Because in the normal world, we can have many buttons and many pop-ups that can pop up either at the bottom of the page. So we have to go with the controls. That this button controls, let's go with the menu. Drinks. Let's go with the drinks. For that, we need an ID. problem is that we don't have a name for our list. So if the user lost attention after clicking the button, he can forget where he is. We have to give another ARIA label. So we can take a noob version or junior version and just copy this here. But then whenever we change this ARIA label, we have to remember about this one. And the refactoring tools inside IntelliJ and Cursor are not working for that. So we should go with ARIA labeled by and go with the drinks trigger. And then we need, again, we need an ID. And those are not visible, unfortunately all, but this, go. Yes, we have a drinks in the list. Better, but we have to click the list item in order to see what is inside. We can actually try to brute force it with labeling, but there is a better solution. The better solution is roll. I show you that putting roll button for span is not a bad idea, but we will be using rolls also, and it will be roll menu. And if we put a roll menu to unordered list, we have to go with roll hill also. And this will be menu item checkbox. It should combine all the levels. And now we have menu item checkbox and the text inside. We don't have to go deeper. We still can, but we don't have to. Okay, so this is like from the basic accessibility fixes. Let's go for the functionalities. Close this one. So after pressing tabulator, I have downloaded a tool for showing the key bindings I'm putting, but as I'm on Ubuntu, it stopped to work after 15 minutes. I already tried in 5 places and I'm just not using it anymore because it's triggering me so much. So I'm putting a tabulator, and as you can see, the black styling is not very fitting well with the component because that was not tested. Span was not focusable. So we can fix it, and we have to use focus visible pseudo class. Let's go with the blue, some deep blue. Deep sky blue is cool, I like it. Make it a little bit bigger. This will be applied whenever we make interaction with the keyboard, but we need also a focus for interaction with a mouse. And let's go with the deep pink, maybe. Deep pink is fine. So if I click it with the mouse, I have a deep pink. If I interact with keyboard, I have a blue. Cool. But I can do nothing. I can press enter. It's opening and closing the window. Why? Because I have to move focus manually. And when we read the documentation, they say that after opening the menu, the first item should be focused. How to do it? We need to allow programmatic focus. But it's not so easy without mouse. So we need to give tab index -1 for the wrapper, unordered list, because we should not focus it. And then tab index -1 here. And now is the question, why I'm putting tab index -1 to list item if I want to focus it programmatically? Because either putting -1, 0, 1 or any other positive value give me the possibility to do that, and I want to block the navigation with tabulator because we need tabulator to actually leaving the context. When we want to focus the item, we want to focus it when the menu is open. So we need an effect for that. This effect should trigger when our menu is open, okay? And when our menu is visible. Why both? Because we have an if here, and we will get true from the open before the unordered list will be rendered. So if we will try to query access some element inside that unordered list, it will be not existent. So we need also a menu. So let's go with the menu. This will be signal element reference, or either undefined. Okay. And we go with the view child. Menu. So whenever it's open and the menu is already inside, we want to focus first item. So how to do it? Let's go with the menu. So we could actually delete it and go with the question mark here, but this is subjective. I just rather to have it both in the if. For me, it's more readable what I want to do. I go with the native element, and I want to select every list item that's inside. Okay. List items. And focus the first element. Okay. Okay, let me trick it a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I know. I do little brute forcing. Ah, shit. Right, sorry for cursing. I promised my wife that I will be not cursing on meetups because they are recorded. You caught me off a guard with this one. Yes, return the stuff. Let's see if it's working. It's working. The focus is not perfect, but as I hate styling, that style change was the only one that I will make for you. If you want, you can play with it later on and do styling by your own. I just don't like styling at all. What do we have to do also? We still cannot navigate. We need to implement navigation with keyboard. So we need an event binding here. This will be a key down on drink key down. Okay, so we are passing the keyboard event and the drink. Here comes a little bit tricky part about the focus management, that we have to actually find the document that is focused in DOM, or in document, sorry. So what we should start with preventing the default behavior and stop immediate propagation for that. Okay. Now we have a full control, everything is disabled, and we need an index. And the best way to find an index is actually to go with array, because they have very handy array from list items. Okay. Index of, and that method that is helping me a lot is this one, the search element. That's generic, so we can put actually almost everything inside. So I will go with the document active element as HTML list element. So if our event key is arrow down, or event key is arrow up, so you can actually choose two options. You can either implement how to tell it, if you're on the last element and you put arrow down, it will transfer you to the first element. That's the first thing you could do. And the other one is implement insert or end. So when in any position you are, you can go to the first or the last element. I will go with only arrows. So our index will be equal to index +1. Okay, and we focus the list items index. But this is only working until the last element. To make it working for every element, we have to use a little trick with the modulo operator. Okay, I'm starting to sweat. Like there's a lot of things to actually implement, and ain't no chance that I will do everything, because this is like for hour of live coding. -1. Then we go again with the modulo. Okay, and the difference is that I need to add the length here. And again, focus it. Let's take this one. Should be fine. Try arrow up. Okay, it's working. So I leave the. Let me take a select. Else if event key equals enter, or space, like that. So when we are selecting the item, our focus should return to the trigger. Otherwise, we have lost the focus and we are nowhere. So how to do it? We have to close the menu. Are we closing it here? Check. Okay, so we are closing the menu. Good. Checkbox. Okay, we are good here with the checkbox. So it should be with closing. Escape. So this open, close, set false. Okay. So I want to leave, putting escape, and my focus is gone. That's why it's so important to move the focus to the trigger. This one. For that, we need the trigger from here. Go with the required now. Okay, because they are still different types of menus. The text that is not working with the icon, there's like a work for 45 more minutes, and I am already past the time. So I will show you what else is to fix here. The worst thing actually is it's laying here. It's easy with mouse, without mouse. Is that fire and cold icons and ice icons that will be not read by the assistive technologies, and we have to inform user about that it can get hurt with the temperature. So I will show you quickly why it's not working. This is not working because we have a span with the class, and the icon is actually inside that class. So to fix it, we have to take the icon from the classes, put some paragraph, hide one span, use a strong. So this is like 10 more minutes of working just to fix that icon. So like you see, that was very simple example, almost no TypeScript, and we have that many things to change to make it work. And when we have a time pressure in company, this can be very difficult to handle on. Okay, go to the slides again. So yes, as you can see, I was sweating same like this guy. This is like a lot of technical depth when you are not starting with the accessibility. So I want you to be, like when it was, like the Venezuelan streamer. Maybe you don't know, but there was a worldwide event when players from Tibia, World of Warcraft, had a tournament of singing on TeamSpeak. And this guy won the tournament. Pretty good times for me in gaming. Okay. So that's all from me. If you have any question, you can ask by me, or if you want, we can talk out the stage. Let me take a sip.
Woo, woo, woo. Thanks a lot, Adrian. Let's check the time. 5 minutes to the next talk. If you have something urgent to do it now. We will wait. If it takes 6 minutes, we wait. I don't know, the toilet is outside. You ask the people. They are all friendly. Food will arrive in 40 minutes. Let's say it like that, 40 minutes approximately. There is breakfast, snacks left, drinks as always. Feel free to grab them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. I am really, really happy to be here. But the first thing is that I need to share my screen correctly. And I think we have a little, maybe that one. Oh, yes, we did it. We made it. Awesome. Okay. Okay, let's get started. So I will speak about the resource API. But first, I will go directly on the introduction because is the sound fine? I think it's a bit
Bad.
hello, hello, hello. I think it's better, right? Oh, I lost my hair. Yeah, I will go directly to the introduction because you might be wondering why do we have like a Vue person here in Angular community in Vienna. Well, first, so let me just say a few words about myself. My name is Elise Patrick-Cannon. I am a front-end architect, and also I'm a front-end lead, depends on the client. As I mentioned, mostly on the Vue ecosystem. I work for several different clients. Currently, a company called WeSay, which is in the Finnish area. I used to work for NextLab. Maybe I will move that one, that will be better. I used to work for NextLab. For those who know the Vue ecosystem, you might have heard about it. I used to work for Accor, well, different things. And also I'm a co-organizer of the meetup Vue.js Paris. And so, yeah, why am I here? Because I happened to be, on one part, Angular enthusiast. I used to do some Angular before, but maybe 5 years before. It was before the Angular Renaissance. And since then, I followed, since the Angular Renaissance, I really followed closely what was happening because I really like the new API. And yeah, I found that what the Angular community is doing is super interesting. And also, I am a big fan of asynchronous data management solutions. I had the chance to be able to speak at a conference, Vue.js Amsterdam, in 2024, more than 1 year ago, about server-state management. So it was mostly about TanStack. Who knows about TanStack query here? Okay. And also, that one you will probably not know, I spoke about Pina Colada, not the cocktail, but a library that we have in the Vue ecosystem at Vue Germany in a bit more than 1 year ago at Vue Germany. And that's where I had the pleasure to meet Michael and all the Pushbase friends. So yeah, it was a good time. And in Angular, there is something which triggered me. That's a very cool feature that you have, which is the resource API. I remember the day when I learned about the resource API. It was there in Graz. That's a shame that Manfred is not here today because, yeah, that was at his meetup 1 year ago. And that was Alex talk. And yeah, he spoke about the resource API. And I was like, wow, this looks so cool. Like in Vue, for example, we don't have such an API natively inside the framework. We have things, but it's not native. So yeah, I was very enthusiastic about that. And I was really wondering what we could do if we tried to push it a bit further. So yeah, that's actually the goal of today. I would like to show you some ideas that I had if we try to use the resource API in a bit, how to say, leverage way in comparison with the standard API. So, table of content. First, there will be a short introduction on the resource API. Who is comfortable here with the resource API? Okay, maybe 1/4 of the people. And what do you think, by the way, about the resource API? I'm curious. Do you like it, or who doesn't care? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Are you sure the sound is fine? I feel it's a bit, it's not perfect, right? Maybe I don't want you to be uncomfortable with that. Okay, so I will try to make you convinced that the resource API is cool, it's a cool thing. And then I will try to see how we can do stuff, like cool stuff with that, like do some caching, SWR, maybe some prefetching and optimistic update if we have time. So, a short introduction about the resource API. Well, if you, how to say, so the resource API is a function. For me, there are two really key takes away from the resource API. The first one is that it's a function which natively helps to handle asynchronous states. So basically, maybe I take a bit more time because I see that not so many people are familiar with it. Here, we are inside the component, right? And we have this resource function. Maybe do you have a pointer? Or maybe I can just move. I will just move like this. So here we have this resource function, right? And this resource function, we pass as a parameter a loader, which is this fetch item. This loader is promise-based. So that's just a function which will return a promise. And the job of this function here will be to return what we call a resource. The resource will be this items, okay? And what is interesting with this resource is that it has lots of information. The first set of information is about asynchronous states. So we can see here that this resource, items, will provide the value. It will, once the value will be resolved, like we get the data from, oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Once we get data from our server, for example, we will get here this property value, which is a signal. It will be completed, and we will be able to use it. At the same time, we will have also loading states, and we will have also many other states, such as error state, like plenty of things. So the idea is that thanks to the resource API, we can really completely natively and very easily handle these different kind of states. We don't have like to subscribe or to do things like this. So that's the first really important point. The second point is that it can also reactively refetch on signals params. So here, as you can see, we added one more param into this resource. So we have here the loader that we had before, right? And then here we added this param, which is a signal. And this signal can be, for example, that's the let's say we are searching for items, and here we have a specific parameter, which is a filter, which would be the item category. So let's say, okay, when I have all, I want to fetch something, and when this signal changes, then automatically the resource API will see, okay, my signal has changed. The category has changed, and then, okay, I will just reload my resource based on that new category. Is it clear? So yeah, that's the second very important point, is that resources are reactive, and yeah, so we can really, based on signals, we can have a kind of watch it computed value with big, how to say, it's not a computed, of course, because it's not, how to say, it's not a pure function, but yeah, we have this derivative value based on signal. So that's also the second very important key point. So for us today, we will not really use that. We will rather use the first point, which is handling the asynchronous states. But we could also use the second point as well, but we would need a bit more time and go a bit deeper into the examples, I would say. Okay. So let's see now how we could maybe try to do things with that, like so cool things with the this API. And yeah, I wanted to do some live coding, but then I thought that will be too dangerous. because I am absolutely not used to do Angular on a regular basis. And by the way, I could build quite quickly an application in Angular with the new API, and I really enjoyed it as well as the new, well, not really new, but the new syntax. And yeah, that was a real pleasure. So yeah, I will not do live coding. I will just like show you what I found that could be doable in a reasonable time with this resource API. But let's speak about our use case. So I needed an example for this presentation, and I was thinking, have you ever been to the push-based website? I don't know, just asking. No, nobody? Well, that's a really cool website. It's a very corporate website, very nice. I mean, it's perfect. But knowing people from push-based, I was like, there is something missing. Like, you know, at push-based, there is this vibe, this kind of cool, I don't know how to say, coolness. And also, Michael is a man of taste, you know, he's refined and he likes like lifestyle stuff and so on. And I found that the website doesn't really convey that. It's like, yeah, something missing. So I have a proposition for you. I built a new page for your website, which is called the push-based lifestyle shop. Let me just refine it. Maybe I should also do that. Let me show you that. Here is it. What do you think? Thank you. So that would be like to do a consulting in addition to your performance and stuff consulting. Like maybe you could also add a glimpse of lifestyle consulting. I'm pretty sure that would really add some value to your proposition, to your proposal. And it is Michael approved. Oh, that's pretty cool, right? So this, of course, you have shirts and then stuff like travel, drinks, and so on. So yeah. I'm pretty happy with that, and all that built in Angular quite quickly. So it was a pleasure to do it. And so this website is built with the resource API, and I try to make things, since it's push-based, right? We want to be like performance first. I try to make it cool. So the first thing that we know with the resource API is that we don't really have cache with it, right? Which means that if I change page, if I like, for example, if I just use the resource API normally, if I go to that page and then I come back, then I would have all this, which is reloaded and with a loading state appearing. Here, as you can see, it's not the case. That's because I added some cache. And that was really easy to do. Oh, sorry. That was extremely easy to do. Can I ask you just like what time it is? I completely forgot to check it. Enough time? I don't want like to be too much. Okay. Well, so the first thing, as I mentioned, we would like to add some cache. So let me just introduce you to this component, which is the home component. So that's the component which takes all the data and displays all the items, like the lifestyle items that Michael likes. So sorry, it's like a poor Angular code, I know, because I am very novice in that. Don't pay attention to the implementation. That the idea is more how we can use the resource API to do stuff. So first thing that we can do is sorry. I'm getting there. As I mentioned, I will first show you. I will be there. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah. New appearance. Zoom in. Maybe like this, I can close that. Is it good like this, or maybe more, a bit bigger? Okay. It's good? Okay, great. So the first important thing is the resource in itself. So that's here. That's this. Well, I called it cards, but maybe cards is not it. Items would have been better. So this is the resource. And so basically, we would have the same thing as I showed on the slide before, a loader, so a function which fetches the data and just gives it to the resource. Here, as I mentioned, we want to add some cache. And you will see that's quite easy. There is just one thing. For adding some cache, we need, since we want to have this cache between pages, right? When we change page, we want to keep the cache. So we need to have this cache on the application state, right? On the global state of the application. So for that, I built a very, very, very small, oh, sorry, yeah. I was just like appropriating the thing. So for that, I built a tiny store with this utility cache state, which I found very, very convenient. I think that might be not the good way to do it in the SSR, but let's just say that we are in a SPI context, right? So here it is. I have this very little store in which I will just save the data that I fetch with my resource API. Okay, so that's a very simple thing. I have this cache property, and then in this cache property, I will, on one side, I will have an object with a key, the URL of the resource, and then the values. So if I come back here, let's just not take care about that. So what we want to do is it's just like to keep some cache. Maybe I should go for live coding, actually. That would have been better, I think. Yeah, because it's not really clear like this. Okay, let's get crazy, and I will live code this. I think that will be clearer than what I first wanted to do. Okay, so we have this loader, right? First implementation, maybe I will not do the full demo, but I think that will be clearer if I show less and that I do it on a live code. I count on all the Angular experts here to help me if I have issues, right? Okay, so the first thing is that initially here, if we just have the basic implementation of the resource API, we would return this function, this.fetch data. So that's the function which fetches the data, right? And here we have like a very simple implementation of the resource API. So normally we should not have a cache here. Okay, first issue. So I guess, yeah, that's a typing issue. But whatever, we don't really need to see the result. What I want to convey is how to say, let's just not get attached to the implementation. So as unless someone can help me on that. Sorry. Wait. Yeah. I think it's. Oh yeah, I'm not sure because then I still need to return something, right? Const result. Maybe I think it's typing problem, and then we return the result. Okay. Let's see, it's still not working. Oh, nice. Great, thank you. Okay, so if I come back here, then, oh, I still have cache. How is that possible? I should not have, actually. Oh, yeah, because, well, let's just pretend there is no cache. Normally, there shouldn't be cache here. So if I want to add some cache here, then what I need to do is to say, okay, inside my loading function, and that's the important point, inside my loading function, I have to say, okay, if I already have this data in my store, like my global store, I will get it from the global store, right? And then if I don't have it, I will fetch it. And this logic, we can easily implement it here. I am really annoyed because it was working very well, like many times when I did it, and I don't know why cache is working now. And or maybe I should reload completely the app. Just let me try something, and otherwise, or maybe that's yeah, live coding is too challenging. I think oh yeah, that's the reason why I have like this error, and then my it didn't compile correctly, and so it didn't update it. So yeah, that's the reason why. So let's just pretend, like, I don't want to waste too much time with that. Let's just pretend we don't have cache here. And what I want to show you is the beauty of adding it with the resource API, because it's so easy. So what we have here, as I mentioned, what we were seeing is that, okay, in my loader, either I do have the data somewhere in the state, either I don't have it. If I don't have it, I just load it normally. If I have it, then I will just fetch it in the state and then give it back. So I just need to add one little condition, which is that one. If cache state, so that's my store, right? Cache state dot cache, and then then I need the URL. So the this .api URL. That's it. Yes, thank you. This .api URL. Okay. If I have it, if I have something here, then I will return this value. Let's do it maybe like this. Const cached value is this, right? Like, if cached value, then return the cached value, right? And otherwise, we will just return. Well, we can leave it like this. So that's the beauty of this. Like, we can add caching very easily just with these 3 lines of code. And that's pretty cool. I'm really annoyed that I cannot show you because of this compiling problem. Like in Vue, we don't have that. Like the Vue compiler, it just said, okay, there are some TypeScript errors, but I don't care. Like just go on. Okay, but it doesn't matter. So that's the first thing. That's just adding some cache. But then when we add some cache, that's great. But sometimes we want to re-update the data, right? For example, if we have like some caching on, I don't know, products, that's what I wanted to. I will show you at the end when things are working. If we have like an e-commerce website, we want to make sure that things are still available and so on. Maybe we want to revalidate this cache, right? So we can easily add something more, like we can add another algorithm, which is, okay, I will save the time when I fetch this data, and I will check each time I reuse this cache data. I will just check, okay, is it like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago? If it is 10 minutes ago, then I refetch. Otherwise, I will not refetch. So for that, it's really easy. All that we have to do is to add a bit more information in the cache state that we have here. So actually, it's already done. Here in the cache state, I will not just keep the value. I will also keep a timestamp, which shows when I fetch the value, right? And then I will just here in my condition, I will just check, okay, do I have this timestamp? I have this timestamp. Is it too old? Okay, I refetch. It's not too old. I do not refetch. So that's exactly what has been done here, but I will just redo it. So cache value, if I have cache value, then I will check. I'm so sorry that I cannot show you on live because of this compilation error. That was the reason why I was really afraid of live coding. I knew that there would be something wrong. So if I have the cache value, then I need to check if the value is still valid or if it is stale. Okay, so let's do it. Const is value valid. Up. And for that, what I will do, I will just take it back this. I will check the time now minus the timestamp that I have on the cache value, and I will check if it is more or less than what I decided. For example, like it could be, I don't know, 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour, whatever. And then if the value is still valid, we will just return the cache value, right? And otherwise, we just go back on the normal flow, which is refetching the data. So I want to draw your attention on the fact that here in 7 lines of code, we implemented caching, but also caching with stale, like with expiration. I find it personally pretty cool. Of course, it doesn't cover every use cases, but still, like my point is that with the resource API, I think like it's super convenient and you can do plenty of things. Okay, great. There is one more thing that we can do here. In your opinion, when the value is stale, what will happen? Like if I am on the home page, I go to an article, then I come back to the home page, I refetch. What will happen? Will I still see some data, or will I have some loading state? For the loading state, yeah, good, very good, excellent. Why? Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And wouldn't it be nice to have, meanwhile, like to avoid having this disrupting loading state, to have like maybe the state data shown and the revalidation of the data done in the background? Thank you. So yeah, and that can be very durable. We just have to play a bit with the resource API. But yeah, so in that really case, so I don't know if it was really clear, but when we are in the case where the data is stale, then we go back on the normal way, which is fetching the data, and then automatically the resource API will clear the data that he has in his memory, and we will have this loading state. So to avoid that, what we want to do is SWR, stale while revalidating, which is like fetching some data in the background, and meanwhile still display the data that we have in cache in the resource API. And for that, it's really easy to do. All that we need to do is, so we have the case cache value, which is good. Else, sorry, we have the case the value is valid, which is good. Else, what do we do? Here we still want to show the old value, right? So we will still return to avoid the resource API to clear the data, right? We will still return the cache value dot value. So we tell the resource, okay, just display this value. We know it is old, but it's okay, just display it. But then, well, we will not return it first we will. But then we will first trigger a call to revalidate that value in the background, not through the resource API. And then we will update our state, the state, you know, the cache, the SignalStore that we have. And then when all that is done, we will tell the resource API to reload. So basically, how does it look like? I will just trigger in the background a call, this.fetch data. So I am fetching the data. Even so, I'm not fetching it anymore through the resource API. I'm just fetching it. And then I will, this fetch data, actually, that's this function that I should revalidate data. So I will fetch the data. Once I have the data, I will patch the store, get back my data, and then I will ask the resource API to reload. And at that moment, since I have caching on the resource API and that I have updated my cache, the resource API will see, okay, I'm in the loader of the resource API will see, okay, I have to reload. Let's see if I have some cache. Yes, I have. So I will get that cache. I know it's a bit abstract like this because I cannot really show you on the demo, and I think I am arriving to the end of the time, right? Sure. I mean, I don't want to be like abusive. And but yeah, I find it pretty cool again because it. Sorry. Yeah. Here. On the if. Yeah. Sorry. What was the question? Actually, this is the cache value is the. Oh, yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Cache value. Dot. Oh, yeah. Let's try. Let's try. Let's try. Oh, nice. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. So great. So I can show you now what is happening here. So I just remove that. Okay, so now if I am changing here, you see I am reloading. I don't know if you are, thank you, you are saving my talk. Thank you very much. So I don't know if you've seen what's happening, but I just need to wait like 5 seconds, like to for the cache to be stale. Okay, I come back. Here I am reloading, and then I have this loader which is appearing, right? And that's what we don't want. So what we will do is, as I said, we will play with the resource API, and we will, how to say, even if the data is stale, we will return it. But then in the background, we will launch a call to update our state, which will, in the end, update our resource. So how do we do that? Here, I will just call this this function. We validate data, which I wrote. And so this function is calling, is putting the data, then it will patch the store, and then it will ask in order to the resource API, our resource, the cards, to be notified that there was a change. It will just call the function reload. And then when it is reload, the resource API, our resource, it will go in the loader, and in the loader, it will check, okay, do I have cache? Yes. Is it good? Yes, it is good, because we just updated right now, so it will give the value that we want. So normally, now it should be working. Let's try. Let's wait 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's not working. Okay, so there must be a mistake somewhere, but normally that should be working properly. Well, I will not linger more, but I hope that at least the concept is clear. Like the whole thing is that playing between the resource API and having a store, and I think things can fit very nicely. Okay, I will not linger much more. Just I think there are also some cool things that we can do without going more into details. We can do prefetching. We can also do optimistic updates. So for optimistic updates, that's a bit the same idea. Let's see if it is working here. Here, for example, if I add something to my basket, you see I have on purpose a very, very long backend. And the idea of optimistic update, are you familiar with optimistic update? Yes, okay, great. So the idea, just for everybody to be on the same page, is that we are updating the UI optimistically before we have the return from the backend. So that's exactly what is happening here. Pay attention to that that counter. So you see, I don't have the response from the backend, but I updated already the value here. And again, like we can play with that through the resource API and the store that we build, and that's pretty. There is a bit more code because for optimistic update there's always a bit of implementation code, basically because we are redoing a bit of the backend logic in the front. But still, I can show you the at least the overview of it. I hope it's not too long. Like I'm almost done. I have this function on add to basket, and so basically I am updating my backend, and here I have the optimistic update, and basically the idea is, okay, I am computing the result that I am expecting from the backend, so that's here. And then I build the state that I am expecting from the backend. So that's here, build updated cards. That's a bit of implementation code. It's not really interesting. But the interesting thing is that it's the flow, right? So I am building the new state, the updated state that I am expecting from the backend. Then I will patch my state, the signal state that I have. And then again, I will call, so this time it's working. I don't know why the other time was not working, but this time it's working. And then I will call. Oh, maybe. Oh, I was calling it actually in this function. Yeah, I was calling it here. Yeah, actually, I am just doing this call, which you mean here? 118. Actually, it should be stored before. Well, let's talk about this later. Thank you very much. I mean, I don't want to linger the schedule, but yeah, I would be curious to have your view on that, because there are still some things which are missing, which I am missing on Angular. But again, like I really enjoyed the new API. So yeah, just to finish on the optimistic update, the idea is that, okay, we are computing the state that we are expecting from the backend. Then we are patching the state that we have, right? And then I just call this reload function. And since I have this caching system, I am just like notifying my resource that, okay, there is, please reload. The loader will play. And then in the loader, we will see that, okay, we have an updated cache. Okay, well, let's just use it. And then it appears like instantaneously. And then I do my call. And once I'm done, like, of course, I have to handle the error. I have to handle a rollback. I haven't done it here, but I would have to handle a rollback if there is an issue. So like getting the previous state again. And then finally, I can just like do a normal call and re-update my resource. I can even like invalidate the cache that I had. Like if I want to make sure that I am still synchronized with the backend, at the end of my update, when everything is done, I can just like say, okay, I am patching, I am invalidating the fake, the optimistic cache that I did by putting any timestamp, like a 0 timestamp, and then reloading the resource API. And when the loader will play, it will see, okay, my cache is invalidated, so I will just like fetch it again. Okay, I will not linger more. Just so to conclude this, again, I want to share my enthusiasm with Resource API. Key takeaways, I really think that there are some cool things to do, like at least for basic caching, basic asynchronous state management. And yeah, so we have seen caching, prefetching we haven't really seen, but that's on the same idea. Say SWR and optimistic updates. And yeah, of course, this is a really basic implementation, but I think like for standard use case, it can be relevant. So I will put all this on my GitHub if you are interested. I did some last minute changes, so I don't want to, because again, I'm not really familiar, so I had like to learn a couple of things. And also, I want to wrap all that in a package. So if you are interested, I can share it once it's done. And I hope like some people will use it, maybe. So thank you for your attention. And I hope I was not too long. And I hope it was okay, even so my demo was half working. And yeah, thank you very much.
Woo! Test 1, 2. Thanks a lot, Elise. That was massively cool. With this energy, we start in our lunch break. It is 1.5 hours long. We have pretzels, massively big ones out there, and drinks. If you're not satisfied with the food we have here, it's enough time. There is a good area here with some restaurants walking distance. And yeah, another round of applause for Elise, and enjoy the break. Let me check that. It's Matt.
Who?
Okay. Could we also close the curtains for the noise? That would be very kind. Oh, wonderful. We are on the video. It's okay. Professional event. Are you ready? Are you ready for one of our headliners of today, directly from the Angular team to Vienna on this beautiful stage? He is a train traveler. He is an open source committer. He is the one with the most amazing suit of the whole event. Every year. Welcome. Your talk title. Let me check that quickly. Forget that you hate writing forms with signal forms. Welcome on stage, Matthew Riegler.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. So, let's talk about remote that don't work. Bad. So let's talk about Angular. Recently, I was kind of bored at home. I was like, yeah, I should ask a question to community. I was like, what is your least favorite API? Can some of you answer the question? What's your least favorite API inside Angular? What else? Reactive forms, yeah, just CBA. Yeah, the number one answer I got on Reddit on the question was the CBA, so the control value accessor. That's an interface you implement when you want to create components that are compatible with the reactive forms. So yeah, people usually have to write forms, but they clearly don't like it. It's the kind of API that you fight against more than you use it. So it wasn't really funny to write forms. So this is why my talk today is about, forms that you finally will like to write by using the new Signal Forms API. So like Michael introduced me, I'm Mathieu Riegler. I'm a software engineer. I come from France, in the Alps, the other side of the Alps. So yeah, I like to code on the train. I'm always, a lot on the road, posting picture of me writing codes anywhere. Like when I went to Angular Connect, I made sure to submit API while being under the channel, in the tunnel. So yeah, like he said, I'm part of the team. I work for Google as a contractor, and you can find me on different social networks, Twitter, X, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, etc. So, talking about Signal Forms and Signal in particular, we noticed that our developers love using our new Reactivity system. The signals, the computed, the linked signals, etc. So it's great because it allowed you to have an easy to use API to write your applications. You don't have to call all these APIs like Macfog check or things like this to trigger change detection. Everything feels like magic that just works. And also with the signals, we brought in some beautiful compatibility. The computing helps you derive the states. You don't have to have imperative programming anymore. And we went even a bit further last year by introducing the resource API, which allows you to have an asynchronous derivation. And then with forms, we want to challenge our idea of the reactivity systems. And forms and Signal are kind of a match in heaven. And with this, we were able to, like I said, challenge and see if what we went with actually worked and allowed us to develop, like I said, an API that serves you more, that serves you more instead of fighting against it. One of the key idea that we have by doing a the Signal form was like, wanted to answer one of the biggest questions Angular developer had is, which forms API should I use? Usually when I talk about forms, half of the audience is like, yeah, template-driven forms is the best. The other one is like, reactive forms are the best. Well, we want to give you a single answer saying, okay, today you only have, or maybe in the very near future, you have a single answer to that question. One API is better than having two. And by doing this, we wanted also to go in the direction of having, let's say, we wanted to use the best part of the template-driven forms. The way that, the fact that it was declarative in the templates, and we wanted also to use the best parts of the reactive forms, the fact that it's more composable. And of course, we added editable signals, and that made our will make our developers happy. So when we went with the idea of building a new forms API, we set ourselves a lot of design goals. So a lot of ideas. First, wanted something that scales well, starting from very simple forms API, a few fields, all the way to multi-step, multi-page forms. We wanted the signal forms to fit everything. We wanted things that work we wanted it to synchronize effortlessly. The fact that the forms will sync automatically, you don't have to call anything, and it will sync with the data model that's underlying. And of course, we wanted it to rely on and to leverage the reactivity system, like using signals, being able to derive the data, and to do some computation, etc. And of course, using some external states that is not part of the signal of the forms itself. Also, we wanted to make sure that the signal forms fit well with a rich ecosystem that already exists. For example, you know that some APIs like schema validations that are used across frameworks and across web technologies, front end and back end, that have been already battle tested. We wanted our signal forms to be compatible with it. When I think about such libraries like Zod, like Valibot, which do some kind of schema validation. And of course, something that was really a problem with our existing forms is that we wanted it to allow you to compose freely, that you are able to build composable, reusable, and testable components for your applications. And of course, we wanted it also to integrate effortlessly with the existing forms, so that you have some kind of smooth transition story from the existing forms that you have to the future of the forms that you want to use. Those were the main ideas, but of course there was a lot of others. We wanted it to be model driven, so the data is on one part and the form definition is on a part. We wanted it to have way less boilerplate. Remember, like I said, CVA is one of the worst API that we have. A lot of boilerplate, we can make things way simpler. Of course, no more CVA. It should be in the air, or AI should help you more than be a problem with you. So we want to have an API that is friendly to use, where you can just ask your favorite agent to write the forms for you. So we should be able to provide the information that helps the AI, the agent, create the code for you. Too small what I have here. So it should be type safe. So initially, when we wrote the signal forms, there was no type safety into it. Today, we're able to leverage a language TypeScript that is way more powerful than it was 8 or 10 years ago when we wrote the first Angular forms. So today, we want it to have as much type safety as possible. We want it to be declarative, so having less code, less glue code, and should be just easy to write, because you know that the code is more read than written, so it should be for you easy to write, so you can have a better experience when maintaining your code. And of course, accessibility. I know if he's here, yes, of course. Accessibility in mind, so you have less work to do just to handle that. So those were all the ideas that we had, and of course, we want all those ideas packed into our signal forms. And as you might know, they have already been released as experimental, and this is something that's very important to us. So we release it today in V21, so the version that we released in November, as experimental. It means two things for us. So experimental means that is something that we are actively working on. We are developing and shipping fixes and features every week on every patch release, but also it means that we want feedback from you. It's not stable, we will break it, we are breaking it in the past, renaming things, etc., changing some slight behaviors. So it's experimental, it allows you to do some changes outside of our public APIs policy. And it's really important that you try it and give us some feedback. Now, let me present you a bit the API, how it looks like. Like I said, we are model driven. We start with our signal. So the signal just gives you your data. For example, a small feedback form where you have a name, an email, and some feedback text. With this, you have it imagine in a component, and then you just pass that signal into a function called forms, and you create fuck. Much better. So I don't know why. Okay, let's do it this way. So like I said, we start with the component, we have our model, and we pass that model to the form function, and we create our form object. It will represent what we will use across our different components and the forms that we create. That form function will give you access to a lot of information. Things like what we call a field tree, so a structural access to the value. If you want to access some kind of states on the other side. Okay. Yeah, so you can access the state of it. Sorry. You can access, like I said, when you are in the state, you can access different part of the state, so the value, the validity, different metadata of the form itself. So this is the, let's say, the TypeScript part. If you want to use it in a template, you have your component that will use a single directive. The whole signal forms today is based on a single directive that you will import in your component. This is the field directive, you add it as an import, and basically you just reference, for example, an input, and you pass it the form and the different fields that you want. Here, I have my small feedback form. I give it a name, the email, just by accessing, the property. Now, of course, forms is just not input and events that get sent. We want to have some logic and some validation to it. So we come back to the TypeScript file. We have that form function where we pass in the model, and we give it a second argument, which is a callback function that will have all our rules. You can access the element of the form. Like I said, you can access the email, the name, but you won't be able to access the value directly. What you will do is you will pass the information so that the function can be called and inferred at the right time. So let's add some rule to our form. We start with the model, like I said, and in it we had the name, the email, and the feedback, and you want to say, okay, I want that email to be required. So I just pass in a built-in validator, which is required, and just give access to the path of it, saying, okay, from the path, give me the email, and automatically the email would be required. Imagine you want to add a second validator, which will check if the email is actually a valid email. Same thing here, sorry, where you pass email the same way. And if you want to add custom error messages, you can pass it directly into the form definition. So you don't have to have separate behavior for your forms. The messages are directly into the definition and of the rules, the definition of your signal forms. Right now, we are shipping 7 different built-in validators. minimum, maximum, email, max length, min length, required, and pattern. So those are the same validators that already exist if you are writing pure HTML. But of course, they're not enough, and you might want to write your own custom validators. So how do you extend the existing API? How do you write something that fits your actual needs? We go back to our form, to the feedback function, and we call a function called validate, where you still pass the field. And in it, you will give it a second callback function where you will actually implement some kind of logic where you'll be able to read and access the actual value of the forms. For example, here, I'm able to access the value of the field I'm passing, so for example, the email, and I will gonna check, yeah, does my email end up with @yahoo.com? And if ever it does, we will return an error here, or undefined means like the actual behavior that you have in reactive forms. If you return undefined or null, it's actually no error. And if we want to return a custom error, what we do, we actually pass the function custom error with an error message. So, okay, if I give it a yahoo.com email, I will get a seriously question mark error when you validate the email. And if I look back at whole forms with the previous validators that I have, the built-in ones and the custom ones, and of course you'll be able to extract the whole function to your own function. You don't have to inline everything here. Something that is really hard to implement in reactive forms, something that is when you write it, I've tried to write it, and when you read it, try to maintain it, it's not easy to read. And with signal forms, we want something that's way easier, you will see. So we go back to our, we look actually at one of the more simple cases where you want to cross-check multiple fields, like when you have a password and we want to check that the second time the password actually matched the first one. So we still have a model, we pass it to the form, and then we go again, custom function validate, and in it, we'll access the value of the confirmed password. So that's the second password that we entered. And to check it against the first password, we can actually leverage a second function, which is value of. Value of is able to read the value of another field of your form. So in that case, what we'll do is you will check the value of the confirmed password and check the value of the password. So here we have a simple check. We check the values, we compare the values of two different fields. And of course, error message, custom error, if I want to return something, to return the error message when the validation isn't correct. Just in a few lines, I implemented cross-field validations, and it's way easier than it was before. If you want, you can also have this in some other functions where you want to disable a field depending on some other field's value. You can do this the same way. Use disable function. You checking. If we go back to our feedback forms, you say, okay, for my feedback, I will check that if the rating is below 4, I want that the feedback is actually disabled. So you will get an error message, go fix the ratings first, mate, before you can actually give us a feedback. So again, you are able to do cross-file actions, cross-field actions, define cross-field behaviors between different fields. Very easy to write, and like I said, to read. One of the pain points that we had also was composition. Composition was hard, and we didn't have much type safety. So, if we implement a form that is basically an address book where you have your contacts, we have me, which is the same model, and as the contact, so basically the same object as checked. First, it's just an element. The second one is an array. The contact is just first name, last name, email, and you create an object which is basically just a new one. You create your form, you say, okay, my model is just my data, it's me, and address, list of contact that is empty. So when you create a new form, basically you would have that. You create your form object from the model and just check that it's only valid if you have at least one element into the contacts field, and if you don't, you add an error message. If you want to define, when I say composition, you can create your own sub function that will help you check the integrity of your data of your form. You can create what we call a schema, which is basically a set of rules that can be used to check something. So here we say, okay, we have a schema that will allow me to check the validity of my contact model. And here say, okay, whenever I get a contact, I will check if the first message is here, so it's required, and we'll check also that the email is invalid. Both cases, again, you can set a custom error message if you want to. And that function can be used then by using the function apply, and you'd say, okay, from my address book, me, so I'll check myself and against the contact schema. And we can also do the same thing for every item of the contact list, saying, okay, every contact, so type safety here again, we know that it's typed as a contact, and every element will be checked against the schema with the function apply each. So apply will help allow you to check one item directly, and with apply each, you will check every single item of that array against that schema. So with a single function, you are able to check different fields, and that is either a unique one or an array of items. And if you add that into your templates, basically look like this, where you have basically here, where you see that the context of your form, you just iterate over it and say, okay, every item of the contact is, you pass it to the contact component. So basically you're really just composing your form by reusing the component and the different element that use the same data structure. If I did that, the add contact function here is a function that would do basically what you would do on any signals. You reach out to the contact object on your form and say, okay, to the value, update it. You have a spread element so that the reference return, like you know on signals, you have to return a new reference. So we create a new array and say, okay, to the list that I already have, create a new contact. So by creating a new contact, I will just add a new object and make sure that I return a new reference of my list of contacts. Now that we've seen that we can do some composition in terms of rules, schema, and in terms of in the templates, you might want to write custom components that will show you some advanced behavior for your data. So imagine you want to write a component that just displays the stars for a rating for imagine a movie. How would you write that in Angular code without the signal forms? Basically, it would look like this. You say, okay, I have a rating. It's just a signal with a value, and if it's disabled, a signal true or false. And you would pass that to the function. Say, okay, you pass the value and pass disable as an input. That's without any forms. It's just basic inputs and signals for your components. If you implement that, you would say, okay, let's make that for the star ratings component. I have a value, which is a model. Model, as you know, is an input and an output. So every time something happens on the model, it will send an event to the parent component. So I've got a value. The star is basically what you have here. So you want that the icon is either a star outline or star, depending on the value. If it's below the index below the value, you will have the star outline, so it means not the full one. And if it's above the value, you will have the star. So just a simple component that displays the star or not, depending on the rating. Again, there's no signal forms here. We add the function that just updates the value when you click on it. So this is the one that will actually send the event back to the parent. Additional styling, just really just to write a component like you would without any forms. Basic signals, input, output, as you would write. So this is how you would use it. So the parent has a signal with the value and the disabled where you pass it down input, output. The question is, how would you transform that and say, okay, I want to write, to use signal forms to actually work with my component? The custom component are created, the value I'm passing, and the only thing I will have to do is just say, okay, I will actually give it a field instead of passing the value and just giving it with the creating a form object. So we only had value, we're passing the ratings, and from just a signal that we had, we create a form object and we replace the value with just the field directive. And basically that's just it. It's just as simple. You don't have to implement anything else. There's no CVE, there's no specific API. If you have a value in a component, it will work out of the box with the field directive. And the first time I saw it, I was like mind blown, way much easier. So the magic behind it is actually expressed into an interface that you can implement, and that will describe all the signals that are supported directly by the field directive. So like I said, the value, that's the one that you will want to use because that is the value that represents your model. It should be a model, either a model or an input plus an output that match together. But also you can have a disabled input. That's what I also showed, that if you have a disabled input output, here, you will be able to control the signal forms will be able to set or not the disabled state of your component. You can have disable reason, we explain why it is disabled. You can set read only, so now the signal forms will finally support something that's been asked by a lot of developers, being able to set a read only state on elements. You can have the validity of it, dirtiness, etc., etc. So all the fields are declared by the form UI control, and this is where you can say, okay, this is what I want to support for my component. And of course, some metadata, for example, the minimum that is accepted for the component. So this is basically the idea of what you will want to use on the signal forms. And like I said, it is something that is experimental because it is a work in progress. I gave that talk like 2 months ago. I was like, yeah, I can tell you what the work in progress was 2 months ago when we initially released in the pre-release before we shipped V21. We want to do some docs, some ASIC validation. We want to have some debouncing support, having a great interop story. We want to have better template type checking, performance optimizations, dynamic forms, etc., etc., etc. And since then, so in the last few months, we shipped a lot of things. So we shipped the first version of our docs, async validation works, debouncing also works, a two-way interop, I will give you more details after this, and type checking also, let's say, basically works. There are a lot of edge cases that we'll still need to fix. But basically the idea is that today, signal forms, you could say, could work in like 90% of the cases, and we still need to smooth the edges. Just to give you a bit of example, debounce. So debounce is kind of weird in the sense that debounce, usually you debounce an event, not a value. Signals are not an event stream like observables were. But in the case of forms, the feedback, the schema feedback callback function that we have, not only declares some rules, but also some behaviors for a form. And here we just say, okay, with the debounce function, we can actually declare some kind of behavior, some kind of delay between the value that was input on the component itself, the element, for example, the input, and the real value that is known by the form itself. So if you want just to debounce, say, okay, the street value, I just want you to actually update the model that's behind it, you can do that after 500 milliseconds. And of course, if you want something that is more advanced with imagining some kind of async request with a backend server, you can give it something that returns a promise. So you can debounce, But also, like I said, something very interesting for us because it's part of our DNA. It's supporting what's already existing, but also providing you a better migration story, so you can just have a smooth migration from the existing forms, either templates or reactive forms, to the new API. So we want a two-way interop saying that, okay, we want the signal forms to work with CVA components. And this is already true since we shipped in V21, the experimental version. You can already use the signal forms with CVA components. For example, all the Angular material components implement the CVA. It can just plug in the signal forms directly to it, and it will just work by passing the field directive onto it. Another one that's really interesting also is that you can use the signal forms with the reactive forms. So having some kind of form control, form group, you pass it to a signal form object. A small example, for the interop, we have a sub-entry on the signal form. So Angular form signal compat, which will allow you to create some forms using reactive form structures. So you still have the field directive, you still have your model, which is based on a signal. But here, as you can see, we don't have the value directly. We use the reactive form structures. A form control, you give it a form control here and another one here. It's not nullable, of course. And from this, you just read the signal you have with the form controls, and you create the form object with a compact form function that comes from the compact sub-entry. So it's just basic idea to show you that we want to provide something that helps you migrate smoothly to the new forms. If you want to play with it, you can have a look at the signal forms demo on StackBits, stackbits.com/edit/signal forms, or you can try it yourself. Just pull a new project from the CLI, NgNew, and create a new project and try a bit with the new API. So like I said, this is something that we released in V21 last month, and it's still very much experimental. And it's very important to us that you give us feedback, because there's something that we want to do is to promote it to stable whenever it's possible and whenever we feel confident about it. So if you give us feedback, it will give us the confidence that what we have at the point is good enough for us to consider it stable. So if you give us feedback, maybe we'll have it stable in the next few months. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be around the whole afternoon. Sorry? Question later, yes, of
Please
course.
push the question later. I have something to say about the question. Matthew, thank you so much. I love to have you on stage, man. Give me a laptop hug.
You what?
Give me a laptop hug.
did you get this stuff? Internet, yeah. And drop shipped. Okay. Sorry for that. Today I'm going to talk about the Chrome DevTools MCP server and what it can do for your AI agent. As mentioned, I'm Michael Hablich and I'm a product manager on the Chrome developer tooling team. So my day job is literally thinking, talking about making debugging and testing on the web for web developers easier. I didn't start as a PM, like I'm already doing that for roughly 20 years or something like that. I work in tech and I have worn almost every hat in this industry. Like I was a developer, I was a tester, I was a project manager, I was a scrum master. I'm also a guest lecturer at an university. Yes, today I have, I don't know what, this thing is strange. Whatever. Yes, why do I mention that, right? It's not about bragging rights, it's about, what I want to tell you is like, it taught me building software is messy. It's never just about writing code, but it's all about testing it, breaking it, fixing it, validating it, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. I will remove that thing because it's distracting me with its bells. Yeah, what it taught me, this experience taught me is exactly what I'm talking about today about the AI agents, right? Because they have an ability to see what's actually happening in the browser and why that is just a big problem when you're using AI coding agents like Codex or Claude or Gemini or Cursor and so on and so on. Okay, let's look at a typical software development loop. So this is not representative, but representative enough. See that pink circle there? That's where almost every AI coding agent nowadays operates. They're incredibly comfortable with editing, linting, building, testing, right? Creating tests. They are churning out code as fast as you can possibly see. Essentially, they are hyper-focused on the implementation details. So they're very good with code, right? But look what's outside of the circle. On the left side, you have this nice little design block there. And they rarely design. You're not really that well versed to do design, right? And afterwards, there's this big chunk of review, validation. So is the outcome that the AI coding agent actually created, is this the right thing? Is it actually what I intended to do? Well, long story short, we've built AI coding agents that are very, very good and experts in writing code. But they are blind to the rest of the process of actually shipping the code, right, to the customer, to the user. Because AI coding agents, they lack the sense to interact with the rest of the development loop. Okay, so it's a blind spot, of course. And for us, looking at the web page, it's kind of natural, right? We write code, and then we look in the browser, and then we see, yeah, that button ought to work, but it's not working. So for us, it's quite natural. This feedback loop is natural for us. But for an AI coding agent, this is the exact moment where their capabilities, their ability, completely stops and falls off a cliff because they can't see in the browser. Because up at that point, it was only text for them, they wrote text, they are not visual, and so on. The interesting piece is this blind spot that I mentioned here, this pink circle. This is very visual. This is very tied to the runtime, because that's in the runtime, that's in the browser where the code is being executed and being rendered. Okay. So as I mentioned, when we write code and then we verify in the browser. We verify that the button is working, that the animation looks smooth, and so on. And the agents, they can't do that. They are stuck in the IDE or in the terminal, wherever you're using, whatever your poison is. They're also very good with explaining what the code actually should be doing, right? But they're very bad with actually understanding that the code is actually working correctly. So as I mentioned, they are not really very outcome focused. Yeah, and because they have this inability to see, they have this blind spot, they are essentially coding blindfolded, right? Imagine you have a blindfold on and get coding. Because they can't see the return results in the browser. Okay, so that's of course that's bad, or it sounds bad. I make it sound bad, but it's also bad, trust me. Because that leads to a very specific and very annoying type of back and forth churn that's happening, right? So we have been there. If you have ever, who in here has used already an AI coding agent? Like, okay, roughly half of you. Who is using it on a daily basis? Roughly a quarter? Quarter? Yeah, probably. Okay. Weekly? Should be more than a quarter now. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Right. So for the people that already use that, you might know it. You type something in like, fix this bug. And then coding agent comes back, yes, I made changes and it's now fixed. And then you're kind of like, okay, let me check that in the browser. And you open it in the browser and it's kind of like, you know what? I don't think you fixed it, but there's a new error now in the error console. And why is only half the page rendering? What is happening here? And there's also an Angular error there and so on. What are you doing? And I tell it like, hey, no, you didn't fix it. You made it worse. Oh, what? Why? Please give me a screenshot from a page, for example. Please copy the error message into the chat interface and so on. Right, and that is just frustrating, right? I mean, for me at least, it's frustrating. I don't like to copy and paste stuff in and out, and then it keeps on telling me, yeah, it's fixed now. And practically speaking, every time that happens, it also burning through your token, through your tokens, right? Because every time you return something, more tokens are being processed. So that's bad because tokens are money in the AI world. So what's the solution? Of course, that's what I wanted to talk with you about today. We built a Chrome DevTools MCP, Model Context Protocol server. And this is the bridge we were missing. It connects your AI agent directly to a live Chrome browser instance. So what it means, it gives your AI coding agent immediate access to the power of tools you already know, Chrome DevTools. And that changes then everything completely, because instead of you just hoping that the agent's code is correct, you can actually tell it, hey, go into the browser and validate if it's actually working. So now it can actually check if the outcome is correct. Or it can start reproducing the bugs by itself. The interesting piece is now we don't really need to rely on an agent's confidence to tell us, yes, it's fixed, right? But instead, we can rely on the browser reality because it now has access to the browser. And right. So now let's go into the more interesting part, which is about demos. And let me show you a few use cases, how you can use that. Okay, AI demos. I don't think looking at loading spinners and stuff like that is very compelling. So that's why I recorded videos. But feel free to come to me afterwards and we can do stuff here on my machine and try out stuff. Would be super interested in that actually. Right. So with that, let's have a look. Let's see. Just need to. Yes, that works. Let's see if the internet is good enough. Right. What you can see here. So quick introduction for the 40% of people in here who have never used an AI coding agent. This is an AI coding agent. This is Cloud Code as an example. I think it's Cloud Code. Yes, I think so. What is happening here? The prompt is being entered by the user. That's me, for example, or it was one of our DevRel people. I can't recall anymore who I recorded the demo. The search dialog opens. Slowly improve it. App runs on localhost on some URL. I think I talked with Julian today about that use case. There's an example. Like, what happens here? There's the problem. Search dialog opens slowly. Improve it, and the app runs on localhost. Okay, that's the user prompt. What happens is the AI coding agent starts the browser. Right? Here's the browser on the right side. Is this actually recognizable what is happening here? Because I also have the videos in different format. Does this work? It won't work. Right, so what's happening here is, you see on the right side the application that I was talking about. This is the DevTools times, which is just an application that we're using for testing. This is simulating a typical publisher website like Der Standard, Die Presse, doesn't really matter. Stuff like that. And what's happening here is the page is being opened by the AI coding agent because now it actually can do that. It can drive the browser, and it's opening page and triggers. It starts a performance trace. That's this here. It calls a function here, and then it triggers an interaction. Why does it trigger an interaction? We already heard that in the first talk today, because it also wants to measure IMP, of course. It can also do that, right? Yeah, it's doing that, and then it's measuring it. It takes a little bit of time. Right. Yeah, perfect. We return a performance insight, which is the same thing as we would see in the performance panel. If you open the performance panel, take a trace, and you get a performance insight. This here is the same thing that's happening. The AI coding agent gets its performance insights, and that's IMP breakdown that is looking into. It's processing that, and it's like, I found the performance issue. The search dialog fetches the article data every time it opens, and there's no prefetching or caching. This causes a delay while waiting for the network request. Sounds obvious, of course. Yeah, doing that, it's now fixing it with a lot of code changes, and it's verifying that it's actually being faster. So it does again, reload, it does a performance trace again, and it also should give a summary, right? And here's also a summary. That's what Plot Code, for example, is doing. It's very task-based. It's saying, yeah, now it's faster, which is exactly as intended, right? It reproduces the problem and tries to fix the problem and then validates the fix. Very good. So let's talk a little bit about the technology that's all of that powering this. What exactly is MCP? So technically, MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, and is an open standard that connects any AI agent like Gemini, Claude, Codex, OpenAI, ChatGPT to external tools and data. Generic definitions can be a little bit dry, so I prefer to think as MCP as a universal language. Like, for example, I'm from Austria, and my most efficient and native language is German. I work with colleagues from all over the world. If I work with a Ukrainian colleague, for example, we are not talking in German or in Ukrainian with each other because that would not work. But we are switching to English because that's our universal language. And it's the most efficient way how we communicate. For us, that bridges the gap instantly. And MCP is exactly this English language for AI, more or less. It's a little bit simplified, but bear with me. It provides essentially a standard way for any AI client, like Cursor, any other IDE, Anti-Gravity, Gemini CLI, doesn't matter, to talk to any tool like GitHub, Slack, or Chrome DevTools via the browser. And they don't need to know each other's native complex internal code or language, right? You just need to speak this MCP dialect or this English language. And once your agent can actually speak that language, suddenly a lot of things change because now it gains new capabilities, like driving the browser, inspecting the browser, and so on. Essentially gives them additional senses. Okay. For example, inspecting the browser. So far, so good. So how does the MCP server actually work? So that's a little bit of a deep dive on what's actually all of the driving that. So if MCP is the English language that allows us to collaborate efficiently, we have a small problem, right? The browser, Chrome, in that case, doesn't really speak that. Because the browser speaks a very specific, very technical, very complex language called CDP, which is short for Chrome DevTools Protocol. It's like very heavy, very technical, but also incredibly powerful, right? Yeah, the problem is generalist AI coding agents have a very hard time talking it correctly at scale. So that's where our MCP server comes in. Think of this NPM package like a specialized translator. It sits between your AI agent and the browser, and the agent asks, for example, something in MCP, so agent would be up here, talking with the Chrome DevTools MCP server, and this package then translates those MCP commands into something that the browser understands, which would be CDP in that example. And because we have that the translator, the agent doesn't need to struggle with understanding browser internals and stuff like that, because our MCP server takes care of that. What it allows the agent is to have a fluent conversation with the browser and also back and forth and stuff like that. So let's break down the architecture a little bit. You see here, so as I mentioned, this is kind of like the bridge, and it's a local MCP server, which is very different from most MCP servers that we might know, because most of them are remote. Essentially, the wrapper around the service, and that service is being called. This is a local one. What this means is it's running locally on a machine. It's connect typically locally to a Chrome browser on a machine. You can also let it connect to any other Chrome browser running anywhere in the network. But that's an advanced setup for another time. But you can also do that. In the green field or in the green package, you see Puppeteer. So that is one part, one half of this packaging here. And Puppeteer is being used to provide the fundamental capabilities of this MCP server, like browser actuation, clicking, form filling, opening a page, changing tabs, stuff like that. All those things that you already know from Puppeteer, right? Browser actuation. Doing screenshots, device emulation, stuff like that. On the right side, there is, in the blue box, there's Chrome DevTools. That's also in there. So the Chrome DevTools frontend, that's the stuff that you know if you do right mouse click, inspect in Chrome. That's being opened. Parts of that, at least the business logic, is also running in that as a separate NPM. So it's a separate NPM package that we extracted. And what it gives us for the MCP server is debugging capabilities, access to console errors, source map support, networking, stuff like that. All those more advanced capabilities that typically they don't have with simple browser actuation libraries. So, in short, we're using already existing mechanisms to provide the Chrome DevTools MCP server. And why is this useful? Because that also makes sure that suddenly you don't end up in interesting situations where you have to maintain two packages that are maybe doing the same thing, because eventually they will also start to shift, to drift into different directions. It's just going to be a nightmare, because imagine, for example, you're using Chrome DevTools and you see some error in there, and then you tell the AI agent, hey, have a look at it. But the AI agent uses Chrome DevTools MCP server. It's like, no, there's no error there. You are hallucinating. No, that's not, that shouldn't happen, right? That's why it makes sense to reuse those packages there to make sure that actually information is the same thing. So let's put it to another test here. With a classic developer nightmare is the wrong word. Classic developer task, right? Imagine you get a bug report with a reproduction information. The registration form doesn't work on this particular URL. Sorry. I'm of course using localhost here because that's where we are running test applications. Fix it. Thank you very much. Yeah, so what we are not doing here, we only tell the AI agent, hey, it's broken, but we're not telling it why it's broken or what is broken, right? Simply, it's not working. And normally, that's also where the conversation very often stops. Maybe the AI agent, depends a little bit, is going to... I've seen those. I have seen those. I have worked on stuff like that. I have also reported stuff like that. I'm also guilty of it. Typically what an AI agent is going to do depends a little bit. Some of them are going to start a web fetch to that particular URL, and then they are scraping essentially what comes back. And then we'll start fixing right away. Some of them are going to say, hey, can you please give me a browser screenshot and explain a little bit to me what you mean with this not working? Whatever. Long story short, yeah, it's probably not going to be that successful, or it's going to suck because you now need to provide information. But now, as I mentioned, we now have the MCP server hooked up, and that enables it to actually inspect the browser. So it can go in, reproduce it itself, and then also work on a fix. Like, does this work? Yes. Right. So what's happening here? That's another test application. I have a lot of test applications because it makes it easier for presentations to show what's important. It's a form. It's not an Angular form. I think it's in Vue. Yeah. Yes, but it's not working. It's not working. It's not working. Right. So it's not working. As you can see, there's this mouse cursor down there, and it's feverishly trying to click on it, but nothing is happening. So, okay. So that's what it means. So what happens now next is you will see again the AI coding agent. This one, yes, it's again Cloud Code. So it doesn't really matter which AI client we are using, right? Because we're just an MCP server and we don't really care who is talking with us. So that's why we'll see in the demos that I'm presenting all different AI coding agents being used, because we also do that on purpose, because we also are testing on different ones. So it's not an endorsement, it's simply we're using different ones. Okay, but going back to that example, what's happening here, as you can see, there's this prompt, the registration form doesn't work, fix it. It thinks about that and it's like, okay, you know what, I'm going to open the page in the browser and have a look myself. That's what it's doing. It's now about blank. Going in, opening the page, navigating to it, and then it's already starting to take a snapshot of the page and start listing console errors, and it will start to fill the form, do the interaction, right, and try it out, and click on it, and then it would see, wait, something is not working here. It's not going, fixing, now it's fixing, and yes, it's fixing it, and then it starts to validate the fix. So it goes again in, reloads it, and then fills the form and clicks on it. It's like, okay, registration successful. Yeah, and that is enabled because it actually now can inspect the browser. And here's also a nice summary that Cloud Code, for example, produces for you as a user, which is also very nice, I think. Yeah. So far, so good. Let's see. I talked a little bit about screenshotting and also about take snapshot, but let's talk a little bit about how an AI agent actually see the page, right? Let's take a deeper look into that. We provide two main mechanisms. There are a little bit more than that, but those are the two main mechanisms. One of them is take snapshot, and that returns an accessibility tree, more or less. So the talk we had today about accessibility was super interesting, actually. What it gives an agent is a semantic understanding about the page structure, and also it tells it which element on the page is actually also being selected in Chrome DevTools. Like if you select one in the elements tree, for example, it will know about that. No, it's not in that one. But then typically it will know that this thing is selected, and it can also reference that. Super interesting. Right. And then, of course, there's also take screenshot, and that returns a screenshot, of course. I mean, that's kind of obvious. It's a screenshot of the whole page, but also a screenshot of an element. Why is this important? Visual comparison, right? If you're saying, hey, this looks off, then it's kind of like he doesn't see that here. But with a screenshot, more capable models will be able to understand what you probably mean. You can also let the screenshot be saved to file. Also depends on the model. Some of them actually prefer it as a file because screenshots in particular, if they get transported over via base 64, have the tendency to blow through your context window very fast. But that's also something for another time. Right. Visual bugs are super hard to fix, right? In particular for text-based LLMs. For example, here, fixed news being cut off in the headers on the Pixel device, and the app runs on localhost. So what is happening here? We now see here two abilities being combined. One of them is emulate devices, Pixel device, right? And also there's like kind of like it looks off, so it will also try to take screenshots, and in order to correct the styling of the page or the code of the page. Right. Yes, this is also Cloud Code. Right, left side, AI agent again, right side, here already Chrome is open, also works. You can also connect to existing and already running Chrome instance, and you can configure it all whatever you want. Right, so prompt is being entered, fixed news being cut off in the header, nav, on the header nav, sorry, you're going to see what is actually meant by that. It opens the page. That's again the DevTools time, that's our publisher example web page. And now it's going to do a resize page, so it's pixel device, viewport is going to set that to the right size. And what you already can see, right? So it's resizing the page here. You already can see this circle, news is being cut off. Okay. So now analyzing all of that, taking screenshots, searching through the source code, trying out the fix, navigating again to the web page, taking a screenshot, validating that the fix that it created actually was effectful and created the right outcome. Yeah, and as we can see also now it's working. Yeah, in that case, it also gives you a nice summary. Perfect, the fix is working. News and politics now displays completely on a pixel device. It's no longer cut off. The navigation is now left aligned on mobile screens while remaining centered on large screens. Thank you very much. Let's move on. And as I mentioned before, the AI agent can also contextually debug. So if you say, for example, I have selected an element in Chrome DevTools, center it. Yeah, it can also do that. What you see here is the browser is already open, and here, this is a real nice toy example. This is just to show this feature. So, and there you see Chrome DevTools being open, so you can also debug the web page and then let the AI agent take over and help you a little bit and so on. Right, so as you see, in the elements panel, hello world, this div is being selected. And here's Gemini CLI is being used. I've selected an element in Chrome DevTools. Oh my, this was fast. Center it. So what's happening here, unsurprisingly, it calls into the browser and takes a snapshot. It calls into the browser, takes a snapshot. And this is another feature that we have. So you can also connect your already running Chrome instance. This is relatively new. This is like 2 or 3 days old. So top requested feature, like I have this, how can I give access to the current tab to my AI coding agent? Now you can do that with that feature. Right, so that's what's happening here. And allow. And now it's working, and I will send to the selected element. It does an evaluate script, so it can also run arbitrary JavaScript, inject that there, and then run it there. For example, it's centering now the web page that you have in there. Right. Okay. I also talked with Julian about that, I think, about that case. And if you have ever opened the Chrome DevTools Issues tab or the console, I don't know, who in here knows about the Chrome DevTools Issues tab? Oh yeah, it's like 5%. I didn't expect more, to be honest. I didn't expect more. But for the few people that have looked at it, you might have noticed that there's a lot of pages that have a lot of issues, right? There's like deprecations warnings there, there's slow web pages or stuff that you should be doing because they're going to be obsolete. Issues that you should be fixing on a web page. And you can use the Chrome DevTools MCP server to actually let your AI agents start fixing those issues. Like for example, yeah, see this deprecation warning. You know what? Swap it out with something that's actually more current, so the deprecation warning goes away. Like for example, fix issues reported with Chrome DevTools and example.org. Right. This is also a good toy example, of course, because you might have already guessed that, because that this page has issues. Yes, this page has issues. And for the few people I know it's only a handful here that have never seen the issues panel in Chrome DevTools. There's a panel for that. It's called issues. So might be a good homework. Open it. It's you might be blown away by the amount of issues on some pages. Whatever. What is important here is like a few issues here. Like for example, typically deprecation warnings. So deprecation warnings, very often the web platform changes, and because change is constant, right? And sometimes we have to change existing features or deprecate them, right? But we can't do that on a whim right away, right? It needs a little bit of more time, so that's why we issue deprecation warnings on the console or on the issues tab here in DevTools and through other channels to warn developers in advance, hey, this will become a problem in 3 milestones or stuff like that. If you fix it now, the problem will be gone for you and you will not need to think about that. So that's about what this is about. Right, so, but issues, there's like 5 of them. And we told, well, let's see which coding agent is being used. Ah, yeah, Gemini. Fix issues reported in Chrome DevTools on localhost 3000. What happens there? It never gets to the page. That was fast, sorry. It never gets to the page. Gets the console messages, and the console messages, the issues can also be part of that if you want to do that. There's like a filter for that. Ah, yeah, it's here. Issue deprecated feature was used, and then it works through those issues iteratively to start fixing them, but then also to validate that it actually works. Like here again, this console message, no issue. The only thing that's in here is like some log message from the framework being used. It also gives you, in that case, a nice overview of what issues were actually fixed and what happened there. But let's also visually validate that. If you know, here you have the Chrome DevTools issues tab again, no issues detected. Yay, that's exactly what we want to have. So that's, there should be a happy face here. That would be nice. Okay. And that was just a toy example, right? But that also works on real enterprise environment. So here, for example, we recently published a case study together with Cyber Agent, that's a leading IT company in Japan. And I was also laughing internally heavily when I've seen this with their Yahoo email address, because Yahoo is super big in Japan. Super interesting. Whatever, but they face this problem that they have this design system that they have, and they have a lot of issues there, but they never really had the time to actually fix them. So what they did, they hooked up one AI agent, I don't know, either it was Gemini or Claude, I can't recall, to Chrome DevTools MCP server, and essentially told it, you know what? Look at all those pages at the design system and start fixing those errors. That's what they did. So they found a handful of errors there and they fixed it, or let it be fixed by AI coding agents. But also afterwards, they had the confidence that, oh, okay, now we actually did this audit and now we actually understand what's happening. Yeah, and if you want to find out more technical details, there's this QR code that's directly going to route you to that particular blog post or the case study. Right. The read power, the read power comes when you start chaining MCP servers together, right? So let's look combining 2 different MCP servers. So here you have Gemini CI as the orchestrator, could be anything. Then on the left side you have the Chrome DevTools MCP server that's going to give Gemini CI the capability to inspect the browser. And on the right side you have the Figma MCP server, and as you might have guessed, the Figma MCP server gives the Gemini CI access to Figma designs. Super fun. That is actually an example from one of our UX designers. Consider this. Take a screenshot of the app running on localhost and compare it to its Figma design on that particular URL. Adjust the UI until it actually looks like in the Figma design, right? And that's just an example. Figma is just an example. You can use more good MCP servers to do much more powerful things. Imagine you're doing the same thing with Slack or with GitHub, for example, or Sentry. Super interesting. Whatever. Oh. Whoop. Yes, there. How does it actually look like? On the left side, you have Gemini CLI. On the right side, that's just for us, because we want to see what's happening. That's the open Figma design here. But you don't need to open that because the MCP client doesn't really care what you have for regarding Figma, what you have opened in the browser. And in the middle, you have the web page that they actually are currently developing. There's also Chrome DevTools being opened because why not, of course. Right, so the goal is this thing on the left side, Gemini CLI, should make the thing in the middle look like the thing on the right. That's essentially the goal. And of course, it's doing that, right? It opens the page, takes a screenshot to understand what's happening here, how does it look right now. It calls into the Figma MCP server to get the design, and then it starts, you already see, it starts changing source code, and it's like, that doesn't work. Spinning, and it's like, okay, yeah, that looks fine. It's taking a screenshot again, comparing it, and the UI has been updated. You can now see the changes in the local host. And I think they look very good. Nearly, yes. Close enough. Okay. So, we've seen the power of Chrome DevTools, both in a single instance debugging, but also multiple MCP servers together. Like, for example, to fix visual regressions or changes. The features that I mentioned here, just a starting point. Essentially, we want to provide even more, of course. So here it's what is on our roadmap right now. What's coming is cookie management and management for local storage. Because, I mean, kind of makes sense, right? To also have access to that. How you can think about that is we want to give the relevant parts of the application panel, make them available to AI coding agents too. Then the next one is, I mentioned cyber agent and also show you the issues, but we want to give coding agents more capability to actually do more powerful audits. So they will also be able to run full lighthouse audits via over MCP. So you can make even more crazy stuff with that, right? And third, right, we want to extend what you actually can debug and inspect with the MCP server. And right now, working with extensions is a little bit complicated. And we want to make that a lot easier, that your AI coding agent is able to inspect, to debug, to work on Chrome extensions too, like they would be with any other web page. And finally, and that is the one I'm very excited about, because source maps. That's the big one. It's like source map support. So what this allows is that your agent now is actually able to debug production websites. Because in production websites, you will have minified code, and so on. All of that is going to run, which is not a code that the agent actually sees in the IDE, right? But with source maps, they can make this connection, and they can trace back production errors that they are seeing, or production problems that they are seeing, trace them back to the actual source code, which effectively gives your agent extra revision into your production website if you want to have that. So, to summarize, Chrome DevTools MCP is the missing link in your development loop if you're using AI coding agents and you're developing web applications, which I guess all of you are doing. It connects your AI agent directly to the Chrome browser, be it a separate instance, be it a running instance, doesn't matter. There's a lot of configurations there also on our website. It hands the agent the power of Chrome DevTools, so it can also inspect, debug, and do all that stuff. The interesting piece is that it changes also the workflow, how you're interacting with your coding agents. Because up until now, kind of like, oh yeah, make a few changes, and then you need to go in and also validate everything yourself. But this is like a little bit unchaining everything, because now the AI coding agent can also reproduce it itself, can check the outcome itself, and you will have a lot more confidence when it comes back, I finished a task, that the task is actually being finished, because now at least it can do all those needful things that typically would expect from a developer to do. With that, then steps into this review phase. And this development loop I mentioned at the beginning, where it's only was spinning, writing code, now expands into, in particular, into this review phase and also is able to check the outcomes. And if you want to try it out yourself, that's the QR code you need to go. Or this URL, same thing. But the right one is nicer and also more suitable for your mobile phones. The project is fully open source, as Chrome DevTools is anyway. And we're just getting started. So feel free to use it, please use it, but also feel free to contribute, right? We have, today I think we talked with you, right? No. So I talked with somebody who was like, when are you going to make it open source so they can contribute? You can already do that. We already got PRs from people and a lot of issues are being reported there. And yes, we are looking at them and working through them. Like for example, this connect to live browser instance that was like heavily requested by the community, and we got a lot. Bad words were said to us because we are so slow, but the thing is, it actually takes a little bit of time to make it work with a read browser in a way that you don't, yeah. You also have to consider privacy and security. Whatever. Try it out, try to contribute, give us feedback. We would love to hear from you. And with that, I guess it's time for coffee break.
Don't. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, you stole the only single purpose I have. questions here so that we have an amazing QA panel. And the QA panel will be so cozy. And Martin, I'm so sorry that you have to switch places at some point, but we will definitely need the couch. Yeah, it looks too good to be true, so we have to sit on that. Good. Speaking about things that look too good to be true, before announcing, or kind of with the announcement of our next speaker, I'm very hyped about that. Look at this bromance. This is me. This is Thomas. Just a friendly,
We came a long way, huh?
what is it? 15 years ago or so. Yeah, times change. Good reminder that having a
I think
clear
I drink
path.
less nowadays.
You think so? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. Believe in yourself.
Right.
Okay, man, I took notes.
Oh yeah.
I took notes
The
to
most
properly
important.
announce you. Okay, what are my notes? Oh man, that's a good one. I remember that. So, Thomas, our next speaker. Apparently he loves cats a lot, likes to look at them, but yeah, I don't know. I think you have problems with petting them because whenever you pet them, that you get terrible asthma. So yeah, okay. That's
kinda
fucked
hard
up
to
for you.
figure out, yeah.
I'm really sorry. I love cats and I can touch them. So yeah.
I can touch them right after, you know.
He pretends to come from Switzerland, but he doesn't. But he at least lives there. That's fair enough.
Today I came from Switzerland.
Yeah,
right?
today you came from Switzerland, so even more fair enough. Good for you. His talk will be about next level dynamic UIs with Angular, and I was curious about what this might be about.
Don't
and
tell them. They will learn.
yeah, of course they will learn, but let me say something about it, okay?
Okay.
So there are multiple approaches that you can go for building dynamic UIs. You can use switch and case, or if and else ifs. Then you can use component outlets, or you can use view container ref. And Thomas will be here to introduce you to all of the approaches and compare them and explain us what's the best route. So give Thomas a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage.
So, hello everyone. Maybe we'll get the picture. Hopefully. Yes, perfect. So first and foremost, we did a little technical check before the talk during the break, and it turns out like there will be a lot of code examples and they will be like really tiny. So for the people who are really interested, maybe you can somehow come closer or like move the chairs or something. Or worst case, then like I will share the link to the slides so you can see it properly after. But hey, we will do the best of it. Okay, so let's talk about the next level dynamic Angular UIs unlocked. So what are the like dynamic UIs? What should we imagine, right? So maybe you have some kind of like dynamic form builders, right? So like some generic, you define like you have a configuration for your fields and you render them based on that configuration, or you have some kind of dashboards, right? Where the user can choose like different widgets and arrange them how they want. Or nowadays, even like with the chat interfaces, maybe we are rendering some different components there based on some conditions. Or like CMS systems, rich documents, you want to instantiate some components there. So there are quite some many things, and today we will focus on like this kind of like a use case where we want to create some kind of dynamic dashboards like this. So this is like one of the applications I've created some years ago called Omniboard, which allows you to analyze large enterprise environments and their code bases and repos, and you can see you can create these kind of dashboards. You have different dashboard items, as you can see. You can arrange them differently or even different types, right? So this is a pretty common use case where building systems. And today we are going to have a kind of like a historical overview where we say like which APIs are available from which Angular version. And there will be like three main approaches how we can try to solve something like this. As already Julian told us, right? We can have like some kind of beautiful, huge switch statement, ng component outlet, or a view container ref. And we will see all of them in action. We will kind of refactor from one solution to another, and we will also discuss the trade-offs of each specific solution. Quick introduction, as I already kind of got, but hey, Thomas Trajan, Google developer expert for Angular and web technologies, and I like to say that I build, teach, write, and speak with and about Angular. So build AngularExperts.io, we support companies worldwide, reviews, architecture, whatever they need. Teach, workshops, Angular and GRX. Write, we have a AngularExperts.io/blog, even though we are less active now because, with the AI, like writing kind of lost its charm, but hey, It's true, right? Like it's the video where it's at, right? And speak at various conferences and meetups around the world. Very happy to be here again with you. Thanks, Michael, for making this possible. Right. So let's just jump straight into it. First thing I would like to address, and especially for this dashboard use case, it is very good to think about separating the main concerns of like how the things are layouted and then how like the actual specific dashboard item types are implemented. So what would that mean? You know, we have some kind of dashboard, we have some columns, we have some rows, and then of course those items can take different, you know, shapes, different sizes, and we want to be able to specify that. But then of course those individual items have then completely different implementation because they visualize the data which we feed into them in different ways, right? So we want to decouple that, and we will see that we will have like some generic dashboard item which takes care of the layouting and also of dynamic rendering of all those other item types which then process the data and provide us with the visualization. Okay, so in the first approach is just the standard Angular template. This is something which was possible since forever, right? We had NG, we had the NG switch, and first we take care of the layout. So, and I hope that you can see at least a little bit, but we have a dashboard item, right? And now this dashboard item will be, you know, rendered in, let's say, some kind of dashboard container. We will iterate on all those items, and we will also receive the layout config. And nowadays with signals, maybe we calculate some kind of grid area, and we will bind it to the host, and the layouting is solved. Of course, it's like a simplified version, but this can be something like this. So, and now onto the dynamic item, right? So very trivial. We get like, again, from the parent, from the dashboard container, which probably got it from the database, some kind of config. And then we provide a beautiful switch statement, right? So we have the item type A, render item type A. Item type B, render item type B. Nothing crazy. So, and then of course, probably we need to feed some data into it. So we pass in the data, and maybe have some different kind of data, so that like those that can be used to merge it to provide some kind of more advanced visualization or provide, you know, more information for the users who are seeing those dashboard items. And we just bind it as well. This is what we have been doing in Angular since forever, right? And then maybe we have like some kind of export functionality, so we can, you know, export the data and the user can print it or copy it into the clipboard or export as a JSON. So we bind an outlet, right? Sorry, like the output, and call our handler. So, and this is actually very realistic approach if you have like a one-off dynamic dashboard use case, and like you don't have to do it anywhere else. Everybody can understand this. It's like the most basic Angular there is. So it's, you know, very simple, and it gets the job done. Now, until Angular 16, there would be like a huge downside of this approach. Let's say we had like 25 different dashboard items, and some of them are like pretty complex and maybe load some chart library or something like this. This would, of course, balloon our bundle size, right? But since Angular 16, we can just wrap every single one of them with defer, and that way we get also the lazy loading for free out of the box. So what does that mean? If I come to like a specific dashboard for, you know, like some global one or for some user, and the dashboard only uses 2 items, then all those 18 items will be skipped and not loaded. Problem solved, right? Perfect. So, you know, this is like a valid approach, which if you have like a one-off use case, you can do it. You can use if or switch statement. This was possible since forever. It was a bit too heavy until Angular 16, but now even this is solved, right? And you can even optimize further. If you know that dashboard has too many items, you can add like differ on viewport, so you postpone it even more. So it works very well. It's verbose. We have to repeat the inputs, outputs, defer, and other stuff for every single of those items, but it's very flexible. Let's say you didn't really specify strong convention for how those items should be implemented. Maybe they don't have a consistent namings for the inputs and the outputs. This is no problem with the template approach, because you can just pass in to any kind of input or output. It's like to alias it. It's not a problem. And it's of course also possible to use the directives and content projection via in the template, right? But it's hard to use. We implemented in that one specific case as a dashboard item. Now let's say in other part of our application, we also have some kind of generic UI requirements. It will not be transferable. We would probably have another such a switch statement. And if you have it in many, many places, then probably there is a time to make it better. And as a tip, always make sure to separate the layouting from the actual types. So that means like that those individual dashboard items or any other generic components should not lay out themselves. It should be layouted in some kind of container. Perfect. So and then in practice, it would be more like this, right? There will be like much more inputs, much more outputs, and it will be, you know, not just 2 items, but maybe like 20 items, and then it starts to get a little bit problematic. Okay, so now the way to improve this could be using component outlet. Who here ever used ng component outlet? Wow, quite some. Perfect. Then I want to hear about your dynamic use cases actually. Okay, so now again we have this dashboard item. We are receiving all this data from the parent, right? We are already solving the layout, and let's use the dashboard, so component outlet. So we import the ng component outlet, use it on our ng container, and basically we want to retrieve the specific component type, but now it will not be in a template, but it will be in some kind of registry, like some kind of data structure in another file, right? And then based on the dashboard item type, which we retrieve from the parent, we just get the component from that registry and store it in a type. And then we pass it into the outlet. Perfect. So now what about the inputs and the outputs? The inputs got actually pretty cool. I think it's from the version 16. We will see that later. We can do something like this, create a computed, and then just pass it into the ng component outlet, problem solved. But now with the outputs a bit more tricky, because as of now there is no nice declarative way to bind to the outputs when using the ng component outlet, so we have to do some kind of code around it. So first we have to get a reference to the outlet itself, and then create some state property where we are going to store the subscription. And then we can use something like an after render effect. And in there, of course, if we had a previous subscription, we unsubscribe because maybe the type has changed during the runtime. So we need to like resubscribe again if the type has changed. And then we check if we have our outlet already. And we also check for the type. So if the type changes, then we kind of rerun this whole thing and reset up the subscription to the outputs. And after that, we get the outlet component instance, get the output, subscribe, and call our handler. So it works. It's a bit verbose, it's a bit imperative, but it gets the job done. So now, what about the synchronous versus asynchronous registries? So we said like we have just like some kind of data structure in some file where we will have like, you know, the component type and the component class. But again, we will have a problem with the bundle size, because in such a case, we would import all these 20 components eagerly, like with the standard TypeScript import. So what we can do is to rework this into a dynamic imports, and then again we achieve the lazy loading with just this small change. So then for every type we store an arrow function which will then lazy load that component when it's executed, right? So then let's switch that implementation again. Previously, we just did a computed and got the component class from the registry synchronously. Now we switch it. The type will be just a signal of type or null. And we will create another effect, a synchronous one. And then instead of just getting directly, we will await it and call that import method. Perfect. We are lazy loading again. And of course, we have to set the type so that it gets set to the ng component outlet. Perfect. So as we can see, this is much shorter compared to like that huge switch statement where we had to repeat every single item. It's pretty generic. So we reduced the verbosity. The template is basically simple. And I was actually surprised that this was possible from Angular 4. Like I haven't used it back then. We have a declarative inputs with this inputs property, which we can pass into the directives in Angular 16.2. But the outputs are imperative, and from what I understand, that reference to the component instance which we got there with the view child is only available since 19.1. So from my understanding is that there was no way to listen to the outputs all the way until 19.1. And this is also kind of interesting that we will see like 3 different approaches to kind of solve the same concern, and how they evolved like in their own pace, and like they try to kind of achieve like the feature parity, but it's still not there. But I think in the end we will see that there is a clear winner. Okay, and of course it supports the content projection, but not really the directives. There is no way to use the directives on the ng component outlet as of now, as far as I am aware. And another big problem is whenever we change something which we are passing into the directive, So like if we pass in the type, of course, we kind of want to tear down the previous component and create a new one because it's a different kind of component. But if we pass in like a different projected content, then maybe that doesn't really sound like something which we would want to tear down the component, but it actually happens. So this is not that cool. And of course, as a tip, we should always use the async registry. Okay, so is there a better way? Well, as you can guess, of course there is, and especially nowadays, we can use view containers or specifically view container ref. And first we will show like the pre-Angular 20 version, just to illustrate like how much better it got. So again, we have our dashboard item, which receives the data. We don't really show the layout anymore because there is no space and it's pretty tiny. And now let's start building this. So first we create a after render effect, which will be asynchronous, and we load again like the lazy load the component, right, based on the component type. And then we add a template with the ng template and a host marker and use a view child to get that view container ref, which will allow us to dynamically create component based on the type. And we also store a reference so we can destroy it when it changes to clean up. Okay, so let's create that component. View container ref create component based on type. Perfect. And now starts again like this imperative way of doing things because the new way will be only available from Angular 20. So first, let's have a reference to the subscription because we again want to subscribe to the output imperatively. So we get the instance, we have the output, we subscribe, we call our handler, perfect. And now comes a little bit not so nice thing. So we create like a helper method, which we call like sync inputs. And inside of there, we will use this, we get again the reference to the component, and we have available this method called set input, and we can say like the input name and what we want to set into it. So one is the signal for the projects, one is the signal for the dashboard items, and like the data property. And here is where the problems start. So basically we want to, or actually need to set the inputs also during the component creation because those inputs were required, right? This is often the case that if we create some component, it has input.required. So we need to do it here, but we have to wrap it with untracked because we do not want to trigger that effect, which should only rerun when the component type has changed and not when the input has changed, right? So we wrap it with untracked, and then if those signals change during the runtime and we want to sync those inputs, they will get dirty, but the effect will not get dirty because we've wrapped it with the untracked. But then later, during the runtime, we just want to sync the inputs. So we have a normal effect without untracked. So whenever any of those signal changes, it will trigger this effect again, and it will sync those inputs inside of that dynamic component. And then the cleanup, of course, we want to unsubscribe and destroy. And we want to do it whenever we create a new component, when the type has changed, or of course, when the whole dashboard item was destroyed. So it's more verbose and like kind of worse than the ng component outlet. It has imperative inputs and outputs. The set input is available since 14.1. Before that, we would have to do instance prop equals value and run the change detection. But what is better is that we have full control over the lifecycle compared to the ng component outlet, where basically we pass something to the directive, we lost the control, it will just destroy and recreate. Right. So and now on to the best way. So with the modern APIs for the view container ref. So again, we have the same setup, right? We have the dashboard item, we already have the template, we already get the view container ref from that template with the view child. We already are storing the reference to the component. We are getting and instantiating like the, well, basically asynchronously importing the component, and we are already creating component with the view container ref. So now there will be the difference. Instead of doing this imperatively, we can pass in new config object, and that config object will have a bindings array. And inside of that array, we can now use this new declarative, very straightforward, easy to understand API. Let's add an input binding, right, for the data. And here we are passing a arrow function because it's not just the signal, but it's the sub-property of the signal. And the cool thing about this is even though it happens inside of that effect, it's not really a problem because we are not executing this signal during the definition time or like during the runtime of the effect. We are just passing a arrow function inside that binding. So it will run at a different time, and therefore it will not be connected behind the scenes in a signal graph. So when the signal changes, it will not mark this effect as dirty, so it will not tear down and recreate the component. So this is great. And of course, we can just pass in the reference to the signal itself without calling it. So again, it's the same thing. We are not calling the signal during that effect time. So then even if the value of that project signal changes, it will not trigger this effect and the component lives. And finally, we also get a declarative bindings for our outputs. So we can provide the output name, we can pass in the handler which calls our handler. Perfect. But it gets even better. We can also do the two-way bindings, and we can specify the directives. So you can just list the directives as they are, or you can make like the long form where there is the directive type, and again we can pass in bindings. So for example, we have some kind of drag and drop. So and then output binding, when dropped, please handle dropped. So we have the same API, fully declarative, no problem. And this is pretty amazing if you ask me. Cool. So much less verbose, fully declarative API for inputs, outputs, two-way bindings, declarative API for directives, and it also supports content projection, even though I didn't show it ever because there is just no space. You can always pass in projected nodes, so you can get a hold of your template or just create some nodes and pass them in again, like declaratively. And there is no signal graph issue, right? So no need to use untracked or anything like this, which is great as well. Perfect. So basically we've seen like three different ways, right? You can do like the switch, you can do the component outlet, which nowadays seems to like not be the way to go because it only allows for the imperative outputs. Then we've seen the view container ref old style and with the modern APIs, which is definitely better. And now we can explore a little bit like how it could be taken even step further with like abstracting this whole machinery away and make it more usable. So, and this will be like a custom abstraction, so it's more just like to illustrate how it can be done. I'm not saying that you should do it like this and it will be very simplified. I think it really depends on what your specific use case is, what your specific constraints are, just to like give you an idea. And when you would want this, for sure not if you have like just one place where you use it, then you know it's not a problem. But if you have some system which heavily needs to do a lot of dynamic UIs in many places, then it might be worthwhile to extract it as a generic solution. So in this solution we'll have three main parts. One will be like a registry, which we already have, but we will extend it with some additional stuff. Then the second part will be a generic dynamic UI host directive, which will take care of that heavy lifting on instantiating those dynamic components, synchronizing the inputs and outputs and all this kind of stuff. And then the third part is what we already have, is this consumer component, which actually wants to instantiate those dynamic components. So let's have a quick look how this could look like. So first the registry. So this is what we had previously, right? We had the registry where we had just like for this component, this is how we load it. It was just a key holding an arrow function with the import statement. But now, instead of that, it will be a configuration object. So it was just like direct arrow function, right? Now it's a configuration object, which is an import or let's say load. And we can add some other stuff. So here we will just have like a very simple abstraction, which will just have the string names of the properties which we want to bind to that specific component. Of course, in practice, you will do it type safe. Maybe we'll have some enums, maybe we'll have some convention, maybe we'll have some library which has like the interface which all the other libraries have to implement, right? We will do it much cleaner. This is just to illustrate the mechanism how this can work, right? So each component will be described. So it expects to get these inputs and those outputs, and they don't have to be the same, right? And of course, it can be also for the two-way bindings. It can be for the directives. And of course, this could also then be extracted into a library, right? So we are getting into this kind of slowly like a plugin system where you have like the dashboard plugin, you have like sales plugin, you have order plugin, whatever you want, and they all can deliver those configs and the dynamic components. Perfect. So now the main meat of it, this dynamic host directive. So we will basically take most of the implementation which we previously had in a component and move it into a directive. So let's create this directive dynamic host. We just get a view container ref for the directive itself. We do not need the template, which is the ref of the directive. And again, we have this after render effect, and we have some cleanups, which is like the boilerplate, right? And now we will have the first input, which will receive that configuration. Again, you will have like some well-known interface, which all those providers need to implement for the configuration, right? And based on that configuration, we want to retrieve the configuration for a specific dynamic component, but for which one, we don't know, because the parent will tell us, right? So we have another input, and now we are just setting the string. It's like a type A or type B, but of course, in the practice, we'll make it nicer. And based on that, we retrieve the actual configuration. Perfect. So then we can, again, lazy load that component, right? Because the configuration contains it in the import property. And then we can dynamically create that component. So now, and now we want to specify the bindings. So how could we do something like that? So we said like that the configuration contains like this list of properties, right? So I expect the data and I expect the projects. So that means that the parent has to send inside of that directive the providers, like some kind of data sources, which also contain, let's say, signals in the data and in the projects, right? So then we say like we expect the input, which has like a record of string and a signal, like that's our convention, that we pass in the data sources, that under the property there will be a signal. And then we can go to the config, iterate all the properties which we expect as inputs, and try to look into those data sources if there was such an input. And of course, if there wasn't, we fail fast, so that the developer knows that, okay, I need to pass in another data source. And if there was, we just create the input binding. Perfect. And then we can just spread all these input bindings into the bindings array. And the same for like the outputs or the handlers. Again, based on that like convention and the interface, the consumer component not just only have to provide data sources, but also all the handlers. So some kind of like a record with all the handlers, right? So we pass in the handlers, and we will do the same for the output bindings. We'll go through all the properties and create the output bindings, spread it out. Same for the two-way bindings, same for the directives, right? So again, very simple. It would work in practice. It would be a little bit fragile, right? You will just get like error if you didn't match it properly, but it can be for sure done more robust. Perfect. So now, what about the dashboard item itself? How does it get simpler because we now have this directive, right? So previously we are doing all this view container ref here, and that means also if we had, you know, dashboard items, and then we will have some kind of sales whatever or a CMS whatever, we will have to re-implement it over and over. But now, because we have the directive, we can use the directive on all those places, right? As long as we follow some convention. So let's add an ng container, import our new directive, and use it on that ng container. And now we know we have to provide a couple of inputs, right? So first we import this registry from somewhere, store it on the component, so that we can pass it into the directive. Then we also already know this, we knew since forever, which is the current type which we want to render as a dashboard item. And then we have to prepare like these data sources or input sources, right? So let's do the data, which is from the dashboard item. And this should have been projects, which is the projects. Perfect. Now we can pass it in. And same for the handlers. And we can pass it in. So now, basically, we extracted that whole machinery in a reusable directive. So then we only deal with the registries, which are configuration driven, basically like some objects which describe all these components, which again can come from some library or somewhere else. And then the directive does the heavy lifting, and then the consumer became trivial, which is specify the data sources, specify the handlers, and it just starts to work, right? So that way it's much easier to reuse in multiple places. All right. So we have this reusable generic directive, works with multiple configs at multiple locations. Consumer became trivial. It's a custom abstraction, right? So whenever we are getting into that land of building like our own framework in a framework, it really depends if it's something which we can justify, if we have enough use cases for it. If not, maybe it's easier to go with like a simpler solution, which everybody will know, because everybody's kind of knows the Angular, but if somebody joins your project and they have to learn 5 different custom abstractions, that's additional friction and learning curve before they can get effective. But again, it's a trade-off. Maybe it is worth it in your specific circumstance. So, and it also supports plugin style composition when you extract all of this into the libraries, and it could be even extended more to support like some kind of decoupled plugin widgets. But the thing is, in Angular, if you don't use module federation, you need to know about all those components, even though they are imported asynchronously at the build time of the application, right? You cannot just like point to like the HTTP my.org/button. That only works with federation. But if you want, you can extend it with the federation, and then you can really load anything from anywhere, build an app store, widget store. It is possible. Perfect. So the key takeaways, for sure, always think about separating the layout concern from the dynamic components themselves. There are multiple ways to solve this. We have the template, we have the ng outlet, and we have the view component ref. I would say nowadays with the current state of API, if you have a one-off case, then use a switch. It's, you know, everybody will know what it is. Like, it's a very basic API. Everybody can easily understand, change or fix it, right? You can always lazy load with the defer. And if you have use case where you need to do it in many places with many different configurations coming from many places, then you might be interested in creating some kind of convention and reusable abstraction. You can still lazy load with import and also like for the plugin system. Right. So there are two links if you want to check this out for the presentation itself, and there is like a very rough research repo on the GitHub as well, where I was trying all these things like live. So feel free to check that as well. And with that being said, I hope you enjoyed and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thomas, thank you. Okay, my give him a warm applause and a warm welcome on stage.
Thank you, thank you. It's wonderful being here again. And as Julian told you, I'm going to be talking a little bit about how we're implementing SSR on a very large application that is extremely dynamic. It's mostly a painful story of things that we realize when we're doing this, and a lot of these kind of details that you don't really think about it. They might be obvious in the end, but it's kind of important to keep them in mind if you're actually going to be implementing SSR in any larger scale. So before I actually talk about that, maybe I just do a tiny recap of why this would be important, why this actually makes sense, and it's very simple. SSR will most likely make your application much faster, and that's going to be better for your first user experience, and also going to be a lot easier for search engines to find you, so you'll end up on Google more often and get more users. But when I mean that it's going to be faster, I essentially mean for the first user experience. And when you have a normal client-side render application, this is more or less what it looks like. You know, maybe you load an HTML with a loading spinner on it, then you have a moment where you actually build the application, and you might build it by different parts until eventually the application completely renders. Even if you work on trying to make this much faster, you can only do so much. So here you have a more optimized version of an application where you've essentially reduced the amount of waiting time by preloading and essentially configuring certain things to render faster on the page. But of course, just having some type of SSR, just kind of the basic doing something like an app shell pattern, is already going to be a pretty large improvement, as you're already going to be loading a lot of the content that already needs to be there, and you'll know in advance certain lazy pieces that might require being loaded. And of course, an optimized version is just completely different. The experience feels much more instant, and that's kind of where you want to go. Of course, this doesn't mean you have to implement it the same way for your whole application, and you can implement it in parts and essentially continuously migrate towards an implementation that uses more use cases. So, just kind of re-showing that, you have a basic client-side rendered application, a server-side rendered client-side rendered that's a little bit more optimized and actually performant, and we keep going on that, essentially doing something like a shell pattern, an app shell, and then finally a fully optimized SSR application. Kind of what I'm talking about here is that process of getting to have a much faster application through SSR. But maybe your application is too complicated. Maybe it's too dynamic. Maybe you have other reasons why this isn't going to work for you. That's a common thing that you hear, that it's not really going to work because there's too many features that are just too dynamic in that. This is kind of a good use case that you can see where this is a very dynamic application with multiple different widgets that gets configured for multiple different things. And yes, we are able to actually server-side render it. It's just a question of what's it worth for your final user. Is it worth it to make this application faster? Is a question of how much it actually helps out your final user and how bad your user experience is without this initial loading period. So it's essentially a trade-off with that complexity. With that being said, as Julian has already introduced me, my name is Christopher Holder, and I'm essentially going to be talking about some of the details on how you implement SSR in a larger, more complicated application, and some of just kind of the underlying topics that you might want to think about. That means that first I'm going to talk a little bit about execution context, so the things that actually wrap that, then the runtime itself and how these different runtimes actually interact with each other, talking then about pending tasks, which, at least to me, is a very painful topic, and finally talking about hydration, how you actually debug that process. First, execution context. All right? So I don't know how often we actually think about execution context in Angular, except kind of in the level of different routes. But there is kind of a clear difference when it actually comes to SSR, and that is that they're very different execution context. You have what's going to run on your actual device, on your browser, and then you have what is actually rendering it on the server. Now, that means that also the lifetime of the application is completely different in those two use cases. One of them, you have an application that you get an HTML, you render it, the user interacts, and there's multiple things going on, compared to a single time that the application runs, and it delivers something valuable that then connects onto the user, and then the rest of the experience is on a fully different context. This is a little misleading though, because it makes it look like each one of these applications or each one of these renders happens kind of in its own isolated thing. Reality is they all kind of happen synchronously on the same thread, usually. So what that actually means is that anything that is running on that is going to affect the other renders. As long as you have anything synchronous running inside of that, asynchronous running in the application, you're essentially going to be running multiple times the render concurrently or in parallel. And that's kind of the first topic. Global is not your friend. The global scope is really not something that you should be using inside of Node applications. Every time you do this, you essentially create a risk that it's somehow going to affect another part of your application and that it is going to either crash it or provoke some other different change that you're not expecting. Apart from that, you often have different type of APIs. If you have this, especially inside of Node, where you store something inside of the global state, right? And you have two applications running in parallel, you can't actually tell which of these are actually affecting them. And that is kind of a big issue. But then you have the additional problem with this, which is the actual runtime. Well, they're completely different runtimes. You know, we have an actual browser runtime, and essentially that has like one set of like platform APIs, and then you have like the server side one. And yes, sure, most of us that do some type of server side rendering work with Node. However, that is, of course, not our only option, and more there are other options that have their own advantages. For example, using Bun, Dino, or Cloudflare workers. Cloudflare workers, for example, is becoming more and more popular and actually allows you to like deploy a single function that will execute to render your application. But it also means that you're restricting the APIs that are going to load even more. So now that we have this concept of different APIs that are available and that I've just told you that you should not be using a global, you can see how something as simple as this is going to go wrong. Because what document are you talking about? Of course, the server, there's obviously no document. It is, of course, not an API that is available in Node. And even if it was, what render would you be referring to? As they can both be running in parallel. And that is where the beautiful Domino comes in. Domino is, as the name implies, a DOM inside of Node. It's a little bit more than a DOM inside of Node. It is essentially a factory that creates these browsers inside of Node that allows you to actually render your application and interact with these browser APIs inside a single context for this render. Now, there is a little bit more to that, and it's also important to consider that they actually chose to implement it in a way that is more performant instead of just more compliant to all of the different browser standards, which means that there are multiple APIs that you don't have available on just SSR normal rendering. And because of this, you have to actually start getting very used to using dependency injection, because it really is your best friend in this context, because there's so many different contexts and it allows you to essentially get the right version that you actually want for everything. Same example here, but instead of getting the document, we're going to go ahead and use dependency injection to pull out the document and actually read it right from there. I will mention that there is also some cases in which you can't modify it directly. However, those are kind of specific use cases, and usually you can go ahead and directly write to the document there. Now, that is for the basic part. Of course, there's a lot more to it. And therefore, I kind of want to introduce a little bit more of platform API shimming, because as I told you, you don't have all the APIs available. So, just kind of out of the box, you'll have the default. You'll be able to get the document. From there, you can get a window and an element, and you can kind of use the same way that you've been using it in Angular in general. But you're not going to have everything. You're not going to have cookies. You're not going to have local storage. You're not going to have geolocation, navigator, and a couple of additional features. And the question then goes, how do you use them? If your application is already using them heavily, how do you actually implement it so that you actually are able to run this and get the proper context for them? First kind of option that we have is the idea of overriding it. You create one service and you essentially provide an implementation that overrides the original implementation on the server. As you can see here, we are basically providing a server cookie override, and this basically has two versions of it. It has the version that you're using on the browser, and then you have a server-only version that is overriding it, creating one implementation for the browser and one for the server. Basically, both implementing the same API, the same public API, and both kind of implementing it their own way. Now, if you work in a very large application and they're just using cookie, That's a lot of places to go modifying this to actually generate kind of a facade that actually gets pulled in everywhere. Which is why there is another way. I'm not necessarily suggesting that this is the best way for everything, but it is quite an effective way to not have to modify all of these places that actually have that behavior and just kind of monkey patch it. I don't mean monkey patch it like globally speaking, as these are different renders, but go ahead and monkey patch the implementation that is already available of that window. So that instead of having just the document itself, you can go ahead and modify or add the ability to use a cookie there, and you can kind of choose how much of this you actually want to use. Of course, you don't always have the ability to do that. Like, clearly there are some cases where you download another library, something as common as Hammer.js, and guess what? Hammer.js has an immediately invoked function, and that is going to call the window object. And just by doing that, it means it's actually going to crash the process, throw an error, and you have a problem there. Because of that, unfortunately, like if you can avoid using that, it's definitely the best path. However, if you don't have a choice, you always have the ability to do like global monkey patching, right? Essentially, we can globally patch the global namespace and add properties that we'd be used to inside of the actual browser. Something like a window, a document, intersection observer, or any other piece. Just realize that these are going to be shared across context. And so therefore, it wouldn't really be safe to pull things from there. Anything you store or add to there will persist throughout all different renders and can potentially cause other larger issues. There's also kind of the final question on that, that is, like when you're doing the shimming mechanism, because essentially this is what it is. We are extending the platform with additional patches. Do you want to go ahead and implement your version of the API? Do you want to go ahead and grab the cookies from the request and go ahead and pass them through and somehow act in the same interface that you're using? Or maybe with the intersection observer, you just want to go ahead and stub it out. So anytime anyone calls it from a third-party library, it doesn't actually affect your server. It's just a blank call that happens in the background. This is kind of a decision that you have to make on each API and on each thing. But generally speaking, where possible, you actually want to use as little as that API as possible, as it's most likely going to add unnecessary complexity to it. And that's kind of it for the general context and runtime. The next part is about application stability. As I mentioned, the application is essentially running all on the same thread, and at a moment or another, we send back a response, right? How do we know when it's ready? How do you actually know if the application is ready to be sent out to the user and is completely rendered in that? This isn't exactly the real code. This is kind of a simplified version of it, and it's very close to what we used to have before in the old Angular applications. And essentially what we do is we create the platform and we then go ahead, bootstrap the application, and wait until the application ref says that it has become stable. It is now at a stable visual point and is now completed, and nothing should be happening from there. Then we go ahead and render the internal parts, essentially serializing the application and then destroying the application so that it doesn't persist in the memory. This allows us to, at a moment in time, tell the application and the server itself that we're done. This application is now stable, and we're ready to send out an HTML for the user. Now, what actually constitutes this like stability? Like, how do you know when an application is stable? And the first kind of obvious part is Zone.js. Zone.js is one of the main parts that will contribute to understanding this. And it is understanding when Zone.js is stable. The patching is a little different in Node. I'm not going to say it's like massively different, but you essentially are going to be very concerned with timers and make sure that the set timeouts, set interval, and set immediates are actually properly cleaned up and not lasting like massive amounts of time, as they will prevent the completion of the actual render. But we, of course, have a lot more than that. We also have navigations. And of course, on a browser, you're going to have multiple different navigations that can happen, and on a server, you essentially are going to have like the initial navigation. So we're at least going to wait until the navigation event has completed successfully, and then we can consider it as actually, as that task is now completed. Of course, in the same way, we have API calls. Essentially, anything you're interacting with the network, you're essentially going to check that that is completed, as you probably don't want to render it if there is still a network request in progress. This would mean with HTTP client or also with using the new resource API. And finally, we also have like just pending task itself. There is a way to call a function on the server and saying, hey, I need to wait until this thing is going to be completed before we actually consider it as stable, as visually stable. So yes, we have zone, we have navigations, we have HTTP, and we have pending tasks. Actually, kind of not true. We have pending tasks. They're all pending tasks. They're all different ways of wrapping this. And so essentially, it is all kind of equivalent to just wrapping these internal APIs with just a task that says, until this is complete, we can't consider this application as ready. But maybe your application never becomes stable. Maybe a pending task never completes. Either you forgot to call the API because the interaction didn't complete the way you expected it to, or there is something else going on. For example, an infinite timer. Maybe you have an interval, something that just kind of keeps going. Maybe you have an RxJS operator that is actually throttling it and checking that in a certain period of time, only a certain amount of events actually occurred. Or maybe you're pulling for some data. You have a dynamic UI and you're updating a value, such as the price of something, and you keep updating that value over time, trying to make sure that it's kept up to date. And all of these things will cause an infinite render. This means the application will just continue until the network actually times out and the call is rejected. Which is why we also have a way to prevent this issue. And if you're dealing with large enough applications, there are many cases where this is going to happen, where somehow there is an additional configuration that changed and created an infinite timer or an infinite interval, and we can introduce this concept of a deadline. Like how long is the most you're allowed to wait before you just consider it as complete, whether that's successful or it fails. So, if you've been paying attention, you know that I'm kind of lying again. If you see this, you have this concept of a set timeout, which is going to prevent the completion again. So it takes a little bit more than that. You actually want to go ahead and make sure that that completion doesn't actually affect the render stability. So the deadline is essentially running outside of this context, and we wait until that actually is complete. And if the application is stable before, we just cancel the timer and no interaction is actually necessary. So how do we actually handle this cancellation that we want to do, this render deadline? The first kind of option that we have is to go ahead and just delete the pending task. We can consider it done. We remove it. This is pretty straightforward. Just telling the application, hey, we're done. Just call it a day. There is a problem with this. If you have, of course, an interval that is preventing this from happening, what happens with that interval? Most likely, just going to keep going infinitely in the background. And if this is happening once per render, what happens to your server? Well, memory goes up, and then it crashes. Of course, you can have a Kubernetes cluster in which essentially you're restarting the pods every time they crash and you have multiple pods. So it isn't a huge issue. However, you still have to actually deal with some of these issues and prevent them from actually continuously crashing your server. So what we can also do is go ahead and cancel the actual tasks. The easiest way to actually do that is take a look at what's happening inside of Zone.js and what caused these tasks to actually become unstable. So here we have an example in which we're basically checking through a plugin all the tasks that are actually running and that provoked Zone from becoming unstable. We essentially take all of these macro tasks, and on that deadline, we cancel them one by one. In the same case, they should prevent the actual pending task, should complete the pending task that was actually related to that and allow the application to become stable. In addition to that, you can see that I'm logging something. And that is because this plugin also allows you to identify the location of these APIs. Like, where is this timer being set? So you can see there in the bottom that is actually in this case set in app.ts on line 21. Of course, this kind of varies from application to application. In a very complex application, you might end up with a very large trace, a very large stack, and essentially making it very hard to read. And you might have to find other alternatives, such as actually patching the timer to identify these locations. But in most applications, they should work just fine. And this comes with a warning. If you're canceling the actual request, there's most likely something wrong. There is most likely a problem inside of your application that didn't complete it. Is this because a request didn't complete? Is this because something else happened inside of it that is preventing that from happening? Well, it's important to evaluate, like, in what conditions do you consider the applications to still be stable and how much cleanup still needs to happen after the fact. So you can actually decide, like, is this successful or did this request fail? And finally, we have the beautiful topic of hydration. Fortunately for me, I don't have to talk too much about hydration. Michael actually did a wonderful talk, our very own Michael, about incremental hydration last year. If you're interested in watching the talk, you can go ahead and check it on this QR code. It is on YouTube and available for everyone. But just to give kind of a general recap of what this is, essentially in the original version of SSR, what we had is pretty straightforward. We deliver a document, and when the application would bootstrap, it would essentially delete that document, recreate another one in the background, and that's the one that would actually be hydrated or like created on your actual browser. But this is of course changed. With hydration itself, what is happening here is that we have one document and we reuse the HTML, essentially allowing us not to destroy it and not to like recreate the whole process, making this way more efficient. Of course, there's a lot more to it. There's also like the concept of like incremental hydration, where we do one piece at a time, an event replay. But there is kind of an additional point that I kind of want to mention about all of this, and it's where hydration becomes really important that works out as you would expect. And that is because of CLS. I told you that improves performance. Yes, it'll make your application much faster, but you might have additional issues that you didn't realize. You might have situations in which, for some reason, one of the buttons, one of the pieces was not actually rendered on the server, and that's going to go ahead and create a layout shift, and maybe you had a banner. User clicked on the wrong item. Essentially, it's important to actually consider what these effects can do. But thank God, or thank the Angular team, because they have created wonderful DevTools that actually allow us to debug these problems and actually take a deeper look into which pieces of it are actually broken and how do we actually fix one piece at a time. Essentially, inside of Angular DevTools, you can go ahead and download that plugin, and then you will have a tab for Angular where we can go ahead and take a look at that render tree. Inside of this render tree, you will see all of the different components that you have, and then you can see something on the side there. We have a hydration drop, I guess, and that hydration tells you all of the components and at what stage of hydration they're actually in. So you can actually see just by hovering it there, I can see that this is this main component over here, and the component has already hydrated. Now, this is the best case scenario. I could just hydrate it, everything worked exactly as expected, and there is no like major change there. There are also times where you don't expect that to hydrate. For example, here we have a component that was just deferred. This is a tooltip. We didn't actually want that to render on the server, which means it was just created on the client side, and by using defer, we didn't actually have to like work around whatever issues we would have there. So it didn't hydrate, but that's kind of what was expected. You also might have a situation where a component just never hydrates. For example, here we have a scroll adapter, which at that moment in time did not hydrate, which might be caused by something else inside of the application not quite matching up for the DOM being different. Essentially, what we can see here is all of the different pieces that actually hydrated, and then the pieces that are still dehydrated inside of the application, or the pieces that were recreated only on that client. So the question kind of becomes, what causes these hydration breaks? Like, why would this actually not pair up? And the reason is pretty straightforward. The execution changed somehow. You didn't continue that render so that it was at the same state so it could just pick up from there, or you forgot to transfer some value. Essentially recalling an API that forced a completely different render, for example, adding a loading spinner and then recreating the actual widget, completely destroying that process. These are all kind of things that you have to think about as you implement SSR in these applications and how to persist those transitions. All those things are kind of necessary, or are the necessary parts that you need to be able to implement properly SSR in especially dynamic applications. And there's a lot more that can go into it, a lot more different pieces that are kind of unexpected. However, that is it for today. And if you do have any more questions, please thank you for your time, and feel free to ping me or ask anytime on X.
Woo! Thank you so much, Chris. put your questions into the Slido tool. I hope you. How many kilos? That fish.
20.
That's a good question
20.
for the QA panel.
20.
Like, just put it there.
I think
Okay.
it's 20.
I am very happy to announce our next speaker for today, which will be Alan. He's working also for Google. We have a lot of Google today. I'm really proud of the lineup, Michael, that we put together for this day. It's really amazing. So yeah, a couple of facts about Alan. He told me he's a deaf on coffee, and he pronounced it so obviously. I needed to put it twice on my notes. So you are really like coffee addict. Do you have any preference? Are you more like Robusta or more?
I don't mind as long as it's black and it's without sugar.
Okay, good. So just caffeine.
Yep.
Okay, it fires you up. Good, good. I can totally understand. I totally understand that. He also said he doesn't talk much, and I think we shouldn't. We should verify this in this evening. I hope you have to talk a lot, because we are very eager to hear what you are saying. He's coming from Malta, lives in Zurich at the moment. He speaks 3 languages: Italian, English, and obviously Maltese. You started to tell me about that Maltese is a mix of other different languages.
Yeah, so it's basically a mixture of Italian, English, Arabic, and French.
So insane. Languages are just the best.
Yeah.
So cool, so unique. Connects us all. When you're not coding, you love to fish.
Absolutely.
That's not what we want to see from you today, but
Okay,
today.
I have the presentation all about fishing.
Yes, all about fishing. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
it's also good. Then I didn't say anything before. We also want to hear you talking about fishing. Anyway, your talk title reveals something else, that it's not about fishing, right? It's the secret life of Node modules. So this will be a talk also a bit stretching the Angular scope. We are going into plain JavaScript scope, and this is about the recent reported NPM security issues that we have seen going ham on social media, and we are happy to learn something new from you. So please give Alan a warm welcome on stage. Give him a round of applause. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you. So as they were mentioning, just a bit of a quick intro on myself. I've been on the Angular team for 7.5 years, primarily focused on the Angular SSR, the Angular CLI, but on the side I also do some dev infra work. So basically that means supporting our team with release tools, taking care of our CI and CDs and stuff like that. Today the talk is about the secret life of Node modules, and yeah, let's get kicked started. So why is this a problem now? We'll start by that, then we will look into the anatomy of a real-world attacks and how attackers operate. Then we will move into a solution space, how to do protective measures, and how to automate basically this chaos. So let's start with our reality check. Why is this topic so important and so urgent today? This is not just about bad coding anymore. It's about scale and trust. The NPM ecosystem has over 2 million packages available. We install them by default, and we trust the person on the other end that they are who they say they are. But as we saw with the recent incidents of the Log4j and the Exatutus and Shai Halud, one breach in a widely used package has global consequences. We are now seeing over 650% increase in supply chains attacks year over year. These attackers have basically figured out that hacking you is hard, but hacking the library you use is way easier. So they leverage that to get to you. So there are three landscapes of or categories of threats. This is basically the first one is a compromise package. When a legitimate maintainer gets hacked or sells or hands over their project, which was safe, to someone else, and now it contains a malware. The second one is evasion techniques. So basically, this includes something like type squatting. So they create a package named very similar to the popular package that is safe, but they basically try to leverage a mistake, a typo that you can do. And the other one is vulnerability depth. This is basically a silent killer. These are old, unmaintained packages sitting deep in your dependency tree that everyone has forgotten about, but are known to have either security vulnerabilities or are widely used that can be easily compromised. So to fight these battles, basically we need to understand the enemy first. So there are two types of attacks primarily that can happen. The first one is the injection attack. This is the most dangerous one. Think of the NgZutils or the Shai-Haludi. Basically, this happens upstream, a highly sophisticated multi-year attack sometimes, where vulnerability was meticulously injected into a critical component or package. The second one is basically the registry attack. This relies on confusion. Attackers exploit how package managers resolve the packages and try to trick your system into pulling a different package. So to understand the supply chain security, let's walk through basically the Shai-Haludi worm life cycle and how it operates and what it does. So first of all, did anyone get infected by this? Good. So the process starts very simple by a developer. This could be anyone in the room or a CI installs the compromised package. Crucially, the package will contain a pre-installed script which runs immediately. Next, the script tries to steal as much information as it can, basically your npm token, your other sensitive tokens. So basically, it steals your identity. Then here's the scary part. It's the exponential part where basically using your stolen identity, it publishes an infected version of your package, basically every single package that you maintain. And then finally, everyone who trusts you will download that package, get infected, and basically it grows exponentially as the entire process continues to grow. This all happens within minutes, not days. And that is why time matters. So how do we approach this problem? We cannot rely on a single gatekeeper. If one block fails, we need another behind it. We'll look into three different layers. First, we will look into the pre-install. We need basically policies that stop bad code from entering our building in the first place. And that is by not installing the package in the first place. We need log file enforcement, cryptographic integrity checks to verify that what we're installing is what we are expecting. And then ongoing auditing that can be done via automated scanners, and CI pipelines, basically. Oops. Did I? No. Good. So, the log files, like package.json log or pm log, are not just a list of random SHAs and checks and things like that. It's basically an immutable blueprint of your dependency tree. We rely on it because it contains the exact version and what that version actually contains. So it's not just the version, but actually the content of that file. So it is your source of truth. Now, a couple of questions. Who uses npm? npm. As package manager. npm as package manager. Oh my god, I'm gonna run out. Who uses yarn? No, who uses at the moment? Okay. I mean, I can raise all hands. I used all. Who uses pnpn? I love you. Who uses others? Bandenio, not as runtime as package managers. Okay, so most of the people here are doing something good. So a proactive measure basically, let's think about the Shai Haludi, which basically remember the time that was important. The attackers rely on a golden hour. The short window between when they publish the package and when the npm security community detects that malware and actually takes that package down. So if your CI/CD pipeline or a developer installs updates or new packages immediately, you are falling into their trap. Basically, you are exposing yourself because you are installing the package whenever a package is published. So the solution is time. We can do this by implementing something like minimum release age, which not just pnpn, but yarn and other package managers have, which basically tells the package manager that pretend that the package doesn't exist until it's of a certain age. So in this case, it's 1 day. So the package manager will not see that package until it's 1 day old. So the simple config basically blocks the majority of smash and grab attacks, like the Shai Haludi worm, because by the time the 1 day is up, the npm team will nuke the infected versions. Now, yeah, another thing is that if you are managing dependency updates and security updates, you are losing the battle because you can automate this. So in our case, the Angular team used Renovate for a number of reasons. There are also other tools such as the Bendabot, but in our case, we use Renovate because it can track dependencies in package.json, CLI configs, Bazel, Docker files, so a whole host of different type of dependencies. It also prioritizes vulnerability patches, and it also automates the boring stuff like patch updates, minor updates, and log files. For corporates which are not using GitHub, like the public version, Renovate can also be self-hosted, which is a benefit. And in fact, for Angular, we also sort of self-host Renovate. So we don't use the open source version. It can be installed as an npm dependency. So how does a secure pipeline work? Our objective is basically be stable and secure. So to ensure both, every single package update, regardless of its size or criticality, it must pass through a structured pipeline. The workflow begins with renovates when it finds a new dependency version, which acts as our primary intelligence layer. Then, before any update is allowed to be installed, both in CI and locally, we allow it to proceed to the age verification gate. This is crucial policy, so you don't get problems like we had. When the gate passes, Renovate will open a PR and run CI and run CI and test and DTOs. Then one of us will review the change, manually verify it, meaning that we actually also go through and see the changes between one version to another, like the code, the source code of that particular package approves, and eventually it gets merged. So we talked a bit about security. It's easy to feel overwhelmed, but I want you to remember that security is a journey. You don't need to start with the hard parts first. We can approach this in different stages. So the first fundamental stage is actually having your log files committed, as they act as your blueprint of your dependencies. The next stage would be like adding PMPM audit, running PMPM audit occasionally to check that you don't have any vulnerable dependencies. The next step is being proactive, where this is where you introduce a concept like the minimum release age policy, which would help you delay the consumption of newly infected packages. And finally, we automate the updates and security vulnerabilities with Renovate or Dependabot. This helps to offload certain manual tasks from us developers. So my key takeaway for you, don't just focus on patching all known issues. That's a lost battle. Implement the policies and automation that stops the next attack from happening. Yeah. That's it. Short and sweet. And if you have any questions, there will be the Q&A, or find me outside.
Don't share too much, right? This is Elise. This or this. Okay. Everyone is back, I assume. What's that of a sticker?
It's
Dick butt.
It's dick butt.
Mhm. Interesting.
I don't know where my stickers are, but there is some dick butt stickers.
Martin, was it your sticker?
Am I sitting?
Okay. Special stickers done by Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after this very long break. Also pretty cool that you still have energy. It's not we don't take it for given. So thanks for that, for staying up so long with us. Let's start with the panel. I will mix the questions a little bit. We have very thick block of MCP questions. I hope Michael will not be the only one that talks here. But it looks like it's a decent part, a very interesting one. Where do we start? As it is a push-based meetup conference, sorry. Let's start with a performance question. Okay. I don't know who will I ask for that because there's no name and no talk. But the question is, what are the most common performance problems you have solved? Or you have to solve in a project first?
Zone.js.
Is it? I want to rather raise a
You have an
discussion
answer?
on that. Yeah.
Just put it closer.
So I think one of
Oh, it's off.
I can
It works. Okay.
works? Okay.
We trust the microphone.
From performance side, I think number one is do not ship extra code that you don't need. That is one major red flag. And write clean code. I mean, that to me is like the basic thing that you can solve, that you can do without actually going deep down the rabbit hole of trying to find something to micro optimize your application by 1 millisecond. Like, I think those are the biggest things. Like, you can really do and achieve a lot of things.
Recalculating styles with renderer. That was the
Also
only one I
good
had.
one.
I'm glad that you did not mention it.
Running change detection on every move event.
Yeah, but you
Very good one.
you again mentioned just Zone.js.
That's yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Just like maybe an insight of what we are doing, and you get a lot of information about how you can improve performance in Angular applications. And the most common thing that you will learn in the beginning is use onPush and use signals and use whatever and improve what the framework has to offer. But in the majority of cases, this is the least improvement that you could ever ship. For us, it's not a journey of transforming 150,000 components to onPush. There would be an impact of it, but the measurable outcome of it and the time you have to put into that is so big that it doesn't like judge it. I think the most common things are people are misusing browser APIs in the wrong way, causing, like for example, you have 20 different components rendered on one page and all of them have ng on an init hook and ask for window.scrollTop. Whenever that happens, you will have a forced reflow for all of the components. There's nothing Angular related and no one will ever figure out because they read about Angular performance and they see onPush and signals. And no one ever will tell you that misusing browser APIs is an issue. And I think that's one of the most common things that we encounter so far.
I guess there's two different areas that I would see there. There's that like the speed of actually showing something on the screen, that first navigation, LCP, and then kind of the interaction to what's going on next. There's kind of two very different things to get looked at in different ways. From the network side, as you said, like download less, but also don't wait until the very last minute to download things. So that very often happens. And you very often have cases in which, like, you know, you are either downloading absolutely anything before time, downloading 10,000 styles you never used because it sounded like a good idea. or track every single tiny interaction from the user to a very complicated system. Generally speaking, those kind of add to those generators. Not necessarily only Angular, but yes.
Yes, to continue on that, yeah. Preloading stuff is great. Don't overdo it because it's a killer. I think there was I don't know if it was by Chrome, but there was a study that if you actually add more than 5 or 8 preload tags, it actually can harm. Like, you see a performance drop of LCP.
So you say that, but how many actual links are you loading at the same time already? If you have an application that's complicated enough, there's a lot of things going on top of that. So even attempting to preload something that's immediate, not doing yourself any favors.
Absolutely. And that's why you have to test, benchmark, and see for yourself.
It's not that everyone has to say something. But if you want, we have enough time.
Now it's peer pressure.
Let's
You
go.
know?
Let's go, Michael. Tell us.
I'm going to take a different angle on that. So, benchmarking. I think you should start measuring it, but then you also should keep on measuring it. Because what we observe is also like people start optimizing a page, but they don't keep on measuring. So there's regressions creep in very slowly, and then suddenly they end up in a situation where it's broken again, and it's even more mess than before.
Sometimes like in the enterprise environments with a lot of developers who are maybe not as interested in like the latest and greatest of Angular and still use like NG4, then you don't get any track by, right? Or you get wrong track by often. So they will implement it, but they will not really check if those components are created or destroyed and recreated on every little change of the data. So, and this is something which we've seen very often.
Are we sure it's the next question? At least you didn't say anything.
No. I will say something very basic. I would say lack of caching.
Good cache control headers.
Good. Let's go on. I switch to another chapter. Signal forms. Ooh.
I need 2 microphones, thank you.
Now that we all know we don't need to hate it, a couple of smaller ones. First, is there any migration schematic planned for signal forms? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I think no, in a sense that there are so many ways to write forms, it's not worth it to have automatic migration, but what really matters is, like I presented, the 2-way interrupt, so you can just have a smooth migration that you can handle yourself.
Okay. Anyone else wants to add some mustard here?
But like, what about Mayo?
What about your mustard? Yeah.
So imagine like if you had like you know, your own custom dynamic form builder, then you just have to migrate that one, right? So then it will be so much simpler if you have like 50 forms, or if you had it abstracted. Anyway.
You could leverage AI if you want.
What I
mean,
wonder.
that's also a story. Like, AI is good at repeating stuff. So if you have the right prompt that matches your use cases, it will help you migrate your code to new APIs.
That's true. It's not that I have a set of questions here randomly out of the blue. Do signals form work with custom elements?
Performance issue.
Blocking tasks.
Good question. Since it leverages a custom directive that is baked in also in the compiler, I'm not sure you would have what you have with regular Angular components. But it's worth testing, and if you feel like it, open an issue.
What a nice way to finish an answer. Matthew, or anyone else in the audience, more about forms, because I believe the rest will not add more info to the custom elements. Are you sure, Alan, you don't? How much do you like custom elements on a scale from 1 to 2?
-5.
I don't do that.
Good choice, good choice. Aha.
Worth trying, and if something doesn't work like you would expect it, I would open an issue. I mean, like I said in my presentation, there are a lot of edge cases. I want to see your weird edge case.
Okay. There's so many interesting questions. Validators. You define them.
Yes.
If they are defined, right? Will they execute in order as they are written or defined? And in addition to that, will all of them execute if one of them fails? Speaking about async validators, for example.
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, in the past.
So I think, if I remember correctly, no, they won't run in parallel, but if you have a validator that returns different errors, you might get different errors. Multiple, not different, multiple errors.
Of the same.
So you will get, depending on how it's implemented, you could have several checks that return several errors. Depending on how your validator is written, you could get the behavior of several.
Good. So the second part of the question is answered. The first one also with you don't know.
I'm like, in a sense, I have the feeling that we run one after the other and we return after one. But if one validator is actually a composition of several ones, you might get the behavior of multiple validators and get multiple errors.
Okay. By accident, I have another question here. When?
That's a Q&A panel. That's expected.
When signals forms are stable in the far distant future of next month, maybe. Will they integrate with Angular Material as well? And if
it's already the case.
And if they will fully with all features, let me finish the question. Will they have breaking changes?
So basically, you know, our breaking change policy only happens when we ship major versions. So Signal forms today already are compatible with Angular Material, and I'm pretty sure if you have edge cases, some bugs. So this is why it's important that test it, try it, and give us a feedback so we are aware of all the weird cases. Especially if you think you're smart, because I like the smart weird cases, edge cases. So it's supposed to work, but we never know.
Okay. Elise, what is your opinion? When will be the signal form stable? What do you think?
You know that answer, right?
Okay. Signal forms done. There is unfortunately no dynamic signal form question here. Is there anything about dynamic forms? I would love to have 1-2 questions on that topic.
I would love to see the docs on it. We don't have it yet.
Okay, good. Next chapter, I will pick only one of the 50 MCP questions that we have here. Maybe an easy one to start. Can we use Chrome DevTools MCP to test accessibility of a web page?
You want the short or the long answer?
The long.
The long answer. Lorem
a 2-hour
ipsum.
talk.
So. Partly nowadays, yes, because you will also be able relatively shortly to also inject random JavaScript into a page. But when we have the Lighthouse audits that I mentioned in my talk before, you can run the accessibility audit, for example, or you can add your own audits and they will also be able to run. So soon is probably the right answer to that one. Soon at the level that is actually satisfactory.
Thanks. Okay, let's.
I wonder who asked the question, if that person still
Yes.
here, and what your intentions are. What would be super interested to know. Yes,
Yes.
maybe if it's a nice one. Okay, there's a lot of assumptions in that a lot to unpack. Agents that are browsing websites, they are relying on a lot on visual stuff, but also on the accessibility tree, accessibility information. If you look, for example, on the guidance that the OpenAI team with the Atlas browser gives to developers, how do I make my website being accessible to the Atlas browser? They tell you, make sure that your accessibility tree is actually top-notch, because we're using that to navigate your website. Kind of makes sense, right? Yeah, I think that's the answer. So yes, do people that rely on accessibility information on websites a favor and populate your accessibility tree, but also do agents a favor and yourself a favor and start populating your accessibility tree correctly, because that's simply going to pay off.
Okay, I did try to fix accessibility errors with this MCP. It is good when we have proper HTML tags, but when you have everything on div and span, it will give you no errors, because the accessibility tree is none, and it can't just understand what is happening on the page. So the worse the page is, the less errors you got, same like with the linters. That's like my subjective opinion and experience with that tool.
Do you know how it's called when you only have div in a page?
Backend developer of content?
No, it's a div. It's called a div soup. Really?
Okay, I believe we are ready for the next one. Let me... Actually, let's do one more MCP. MCP DevTools. Can I work in headless mode and same line? Add-on question, completely disconnected, I believe. Is it possible to connect to other Chromium-based browsers?
Okay, first question, yes.
I want the long answer.
Okay.
Yes,
on
and
the QR code on a GitHub repository, there's actually a documentation there. You might be surprised, but we have a documentation, and that documentation also includes how you can run it in headless mode. It's -- headless, unsurprisingly.
Super cool.
Yeah, it's because we're using Puppeteer, we're also using Puppeteer command line parameters, right? Second question: can you also connect to other Chromium-based browsers? Officially, we are not supporting that, which means we are not testing that. Unofficially, I mean, if the remote debugging port is open and it's talking CDP, the Chrome DevTools MCP server is not going to check if you're a Chrome browser, because it doesn't really care about that. If it talks the same language, which is CDP, and what might happen is there's two things that might happen. One of them is that this Chromium-based browser, be it an Electron app, be it Brave, or be it, I think Curse is also using that, or Chromium. Chromium is fine. Chromium is going to work because there's nothing, there's no delta between for the relevant parts there. But if you consider Brave, for example, or Edge, there's also Microsoft people in here. Edge is also probably also going to work fine because they also.
Safari is not Chromium.
No, Safari is not. No, different story.
We invited
That's another rabbit hole to go down. Right. Remote debugging board, if it can communicate over that, then it's probably going to work somehow, but no guarantees. Maybe. It also depends, but because they're shipping their own browser, so they can also do different things. They might also have an old browser version. And then it's simply not going to work anymore, because if you're using a browser version that's a year old, and yeah.
that was a good long answer.
Thank you. I tried to please.
Very good. I will switch topic from MCP to Perf again. Let's pick some SSR questions. Okay, which one should I pick? They are all so beautiful, the questions here. How to host an SSR app when you have a CDN based app? Or I would say like when you use a CDN.
I'm not like, so you definitely need some type of a environment that actually runs something. STDN is just going to be a caching layer in the end, except Cloudflare, which of course, like you have a function that'll actually produce the output, and then you would cache it. If you are considering Cloudflare, then you can just use Cloudflare workers, and you can actually host it there.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the static assets which are hosted on Cloudflare static pages, and then for everything else that actually requires a runtime, so SSR, you have the workers.
Very good. And follow-up question, Sam, shoot it.
So that depends on caching, whether or not you can cache the output of it. Essentially, you'd have two layers of it. You have a function that is essentially checking whether or not your output is correct, if you can't use headers in that particular case. And then you have the actual running of the render. So it's how much can you cache it. And they also allow you to actually host a Kubernetes cluster and not like an actual server of any runtime, not just Node, like .NET, Rust, whatever you want.
And also use lazy loading, surprisingly, because it reduces the code path and evaluation that every cloud run function needs to do. So with lazy loading, it's not just beneficial for side, but it's also beneficial for SSR.
Do you know if we can share node cache between the two, like to run like the actual evaluation of the modules? So that would help a lot.
Though you can, I don't know, on Node you can, on Node.js proper, you can use the Node compile cache.
So,
but I don't know, like for example, on non-Node.js environments.
Yeah, so that's the thing on Cloudflare that might not work, but on a Lambda from AWS, I guess you can share that,
Yeah.
and that would dramatically speed that up.
Yes.
The actual startup execution.
I'm so hyped about SSR. Can I do another one SSR or should we switch? Okay, I do another one. I believe this is again Chris or Alan. I'm super motivated to ask this one.
Ooh, bring it.
Are you ready? How is WhenStable deciding to resolve its promises without Zone.js? Does Zoneless already work with SSR? Question.
I think you asked this question. Feeling. So it depends, and it depends. So for example, if you're using the Angular client, baked into it, it uses the pending tasks API. So basically, any async stuff before it runs, it gets added to a queue, and when it resolves, it gets removed from the queue. However, if you have custom stuff, such as set timeouts, other import awaits, you need to take care of that yourself using depending tasks API.
Short answer, yes. Long answer, you need to take care of a bit more stuff. But it works. Angular.dev doesn't use SSR, but SSG, so static page, static site generation, has been zoneless since we basically made it experimental. So probably 2 years almost. So it works, but there are some quirks and stability, handling the stability, which before was being taken care of by Zone.js. Now you need to be a bit of aware what it takes to keep the application unstable until you have everything and the page can be rendered.
Please remember the golden rules of SSR. Do not manipulate the DOM. Avoid using timers because they will slow down your application immensely. And yeah, no window, no document. There are dedicated hooks if you want to access the window object or the document object, like after next render. The other one.
You can also use the DI to switch the window object.
Hot take.
Hot take.
this platform browser and this platform server are not your friends. Those are anti-patterns. Please do not use them. Like, no.
It's not a hot take.
It's a
It's
good
not
one.
a no. My hot take that it's not a hot take. The hot take is not. It is
Calm
not
down,
a hot
calm
take.
down, calm down.
It is not a hot take.
I for once, I have the stage to talk about this
Yes.
platform browser and this platform server. Those are escape hatches.
Yes.
Those are anti-patterns. Please do not use them. Yes. If you need to replace a service or something else, different provider token or whatever, use DI for that. Angular has a very powerful DI system, and you can easily replace a service. I'm sorry, I will look at someone else.
Yes.
So for replacing something or behaving something differently on the server and client side, there's DI for that. If you want to do something specifically on the browser, instead of using this platform browser, use the after next render and after
Render effect.
Yes, that hook. I don't remember the hook names. I'm sorry.
It's okay, you just wrote them on your own, so
Yeah, so
can happen.
yeah, I mean that is very important. Like don't.
Do you want to start a fight
because
now?
You don't wanna. You don't wanna
Come
have
on, like,
platform specific code.
Because one,
This is a good question.
it is very hard to test because the code part relies on those things, even though you can technically replace the platform value through the I itself. It's very tricky, it's very messy, and it's also not reshakable. So basically, if you have a big if platform server and you put a chunk of code there, it's not reshakable. So if on the platform server, let's say you replace how you get data, instead of doing an HTTP call, you do a database call that you depend on a module that ends up being there on the browser, but you don't want that. So that's a performance thing as well. And yeah, Angular has a powerful DI, and you can do this same thing using the proper patterns, which is dependency injection.
Never.
I mean, there are varied cases to use them, but again, those are very small cases, and those functions are there historically for basically allow users to adopt Angular SSR faster, as in Angular SSR quicker, not faster.
Some cases.
And that's the reason why. Those are just escape patches, and in fact, like that is why they are not heavily documented, because those are not patterns that we want to see in.
I guess, wait 1 second. It was really important stuff. Summarizing, everything is escape hatch. Alan goes to the fitness center every day.
What? What?
If you misuse it, slaps.
So again, this platform browser and this platform server are not your friends. They are enemies.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I totally get it. It's
But-
an anti-pattern. But just saying, there are a lot of cases where just attempting to use DI adds a lot of complexity, and there are straightforward ways to do it.
Where?
It just I can show you. I'm very happy to pull out a laptop and show you how many times, even though the right solution was there, it wasn't worth pausing development to get that thing quite right and
know-
add a bunch of additional.
You know how many apps I've seen, like using a single service with a bunch of if platform server is platform browser, the get data does this data does that, blah blah blah. Use local storage, use global object. It's incredible. Like, I think it should be documented. Like,
It's terrible.
these are not your friends.
Okay. One last one. NG server mode is tree shakeable. Terrible idea.
It's not.
saying-
It's not a public API.
Yeah.
So
it-
NG server mode, yeah, it is there. It is
Terrible
private
idea.
API similar to NG dev mode. Those are the whole purpose of that.
but
the
but
whole,
not the function. Is dev mode, ng dev mode is private, but is dev mode is public, which
Yes,
is not reshakable.
Yes. Because let's not go through NgDev mode. I can speak because that's a whole different topic and that's a very complicated one. And the ng basically so one of the reasons of ng server mode is there so we can make parts of the framework reshakable.
Yes.
So you don't ship if blocks in the cloud.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is that where this ng server mode is used primarily, it's, or at least a lot of places, is outside of the icon context. So you cannot just replace the whole, I don't know, instruction set or hydration set.
And there are also cases with escape hatches that we didn't deprecate, like ngDev mode, escape hatch, we didn't deprecate it. There are some weird edge cases we don't recommend. I said it again on an issue yesterday and last week. It's not recommended. We will not recommend it, but it still exists. Same shit for the is platform something.
Like it makes sense. Like.
And I feel like Dimitro, if you want to have to do some content, you can after discussion have just make a video. Yeah, maybe try something else than using is platform something.
But like, of course, like not as a bad thing, no.
Me neither, but it's a very interesting discussion to have.
Yeah, so because like I often like use the inline doc, right, in the TypeScript, but like for the Angular APIs, I don't go to the web. And just like maybe it would be worthwhile to come up with this concept of like, you know, not recommended but possible, but like think twice and like standardize it and put it in the beginning of every inline doc of these APIs. You know, why not?
We are an open community. We accept PRs very happily.
PRs and open issue if you have a question.
Might you do it, please?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm more or less responsible for the doc, so I like to hear your weird use cases and your questions. Just ask questions. You will only remain stupid if you don't ask it. So please.
So don't remain stupid. Good. Let's
Please
go to the
open
next question.
issues and PRs.
The next question. Okay, thank you. I will answer that straight away because we answered it already. The question is Angular server-side rendering. How is application stability tracked in zoneless apps? It's the pending task
Pending
API.
task.
Thanks. Now I also feel super smart here. Okay. Back to the topic, virtual views. Does it make sense to use Rx virtual view for lists as well, or performance-wise, is it slower?
Good question. I would always, if you have a list, suggest to just use the proper virtual scrolling technique. It's adding less code and less eventlessness. In general, it should perform. It won't be a big measurable difference, but I think the virtual scrolling technique just for lists is the better approach in general. But you could try it out. And maybe it's a disappointing answer because I really didn't ever measure it because it doesn't make sense. They are for two different purposes.
So I'll go back to Michael's suggestions. If you have any doubts, just measure.
I love to get mentioned here. Elise, the resource API and caching. Can we do things wrong with caching? Is there any downside? Can I do too much? Do I need to consider something?
Yeah, for sure. It's always a balance, I would say. First, a balance between the complexity in your code base and the gain that you have in terms of performance. I am thinking in particular, maybe that's a bit extrapolating in comparison with caching, but for example, optimistic updates, I think it's often, even so I showed it earlier, I think it can be often like overkill, and same applies. I mean, it really depends. It depends on the way you do it, and I think it's a disappointing answer, but just don't over-engineer things. That's the one thing I would recommend. And also, if you go for caching, I would also strongly advise to use a caching library. So unfortunately, there is no for the resource API, so maybe there is something to do there. But yeah, because also out of experience, it can quickly become like a rabbit hole because you have like most of the cases, like 90% of the cases, and then you have like edge cases, like say 10% of the cases. And this 10% can quickly become complicated when you start addressing them. And yeah, it's a bit rabbit hole thing. So yeah, I would strongly advise to go use a tool for that.
I want to mention, you showed the optimistic updates as one of the, I would say, cool things to leverage caching. And you showed, I would say, a correct example. You have like one tiny value, it's a number that you count up or down. From experience, I can tell you, if you take that a little bit more bigger, let's say you update an object, a user, or you do multiple updates after another. I want to pull out the Amazon example. Amazon also has optimistic updates, but they took it to the 10th next level. They will tell you your package is on the way, and they don't even know if it's in the warehouse. It's true story. It's not a joke. Reverting an optimistic update is a pain in the ass, and what do you say? Is it, because my personal opinion is, keep it as small as possible, do as little changes as possible, because you don't only deal with the happy path, you also should consider rollbacks, yeah? And they get really complicated when you have more. How do you see that with the rollback?
For the rollback, I would say that if you use a library like a Tanstack query, for example, it more or less takes that in charge in terms that it does a snapshot of the state before, and then it just comes back to the state before. The issue comes when you have like other mutations in between. So then, but it becomes like it can become a complicated case in the case. And on that one, I'm not really sure about how to handle that even with a library. But I would say on most of the case, if you use a tool, then you can do the rollback. I would say it's okay, except it maybe if you have like lots of mutation at the same time, which could be the case in Amazon probably.
Maybe.
And for that specific case, I think I would have to have a look. I wouldn't be able to give an answer right now. And about optimistic updates, also I would say like apart from the rollback, so if you do it by hand, might be more complicated, but it's more like having like a snapshot of your previous state. But yeah, I think that the concurrency is the most important problem. And also about optimistic update, I would say that for me the biggest drawback is that you are reproducing your backend logic in the front end. So that's the reason why like I think that it has to be worth it when you use it.
Still, I mean, I love it because you click on the button, like the GitHub start button. It's perfect example. You click it, it's start. Done.
The Twitter likes, same shit.
You don't, yeah, Twitter likes. You don't even care, and options are loaded. Like click is failing. Yeah.
Can I make a small joke?
Sorry.
Totally related to the question.
Next time.
So, no. It's
okay.
there are
Take
two
it.
Why are you even asking if you just want to say it?
Because I'm polite,
And
but I don't care about the
every
answer.
time you ask, I say no. So go
There
for
are
it.
two hard problems in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things,
And off by one errors.
exactly.
Mic
Next
drop.
question.
Next question. No, I have Alex on the phone. He is saying greetings to everyone. Alex Rikabu from the Angular team. He is our NgGlühwein mascot, I would even say. Every year here. This year not. He is very sad. Just as a small side info. Good. More questions. Let me pick one from the MCP section. Okay. Pretty cool that the MCP tool can fix your bugs and analyze the app in real time. How about real enterprise applications, like really big ones? Is it still working there, or will it just zone out? And I was assuming it's not working anymore.
I can give more context because this is my question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So in all of those demo apps, also traces are super simple. Source maps are everything is extremely simple. It's easy to figure out. Okay, when I just preload that image, then it will be faster. Awesome. The thing is, it's not so easy in real world apps. Like if you try to optimize resource load delay, okay, then you have improved resource load delay, but you just like you move the bottleneck to something else. And the question is, how far does it go and how much does it understand of that improving this one thing will not ultimately lead to the improvement you really want to have?
Okay. Good question. Okay. First, let's define what you mean with it, right? Because what I was because what I was talking today about is the Chrome DevTools MCP server, and that thing actually very nice. Thank you very much. Do you want to say something? You were saying you were very polite before. That was very unpolite. Okay, now that you have settled that, do you want to answer the question? No. So you said that, going back to that, you said it. So I was using any MCP client, any AI coding agent. I think I was using Claude in a few examples. I was using Gemini CLI in a few examples. You can use Anti-Gravity, you can use Codex, whatever, doesn't matter. Pick your poison, I already said that. No, I mean it in a good way. Pick whatever you have available, you're happy with, doesn't really matter. Why does this work? Because what our MCP server is offering is simply tools and capabilities, right? So we're offering like, here's a screwdriver, here's a ruler, and with that you can drive in screws, and you can also measure the size of, I don't know, the door frame, for example. And with that you can drive in the screws at the right location and stuff like that, right? Because what's missing in there yet is the skill level, right? That skill level is coming from the coding agents. Okay, coding agents, let's call them, they're relatively smart because models becoming better and better and better, and they are in particular very good with reasoning about code, but they're also becoming better of doing this more interactive software development, like debugging, for example, and handling that. Having said that, you also need to instruct them correctly. Like, for example, in this enterprise environment, right? Let's assume you have this a very big dashboarding software in front of you, and it's kind of like, yeah, make this load faster. And there's like 10 different things that actually are a problem there. What you typically would be doing, also as a performance engineer, probably would be looking at it, and then you would start working through it and say, okay, this is working, this is not working, this makes it worse. Then you will revert, try out some other changes, and after a few hours you say, okay, this is now actually a lot faster, and we did a few things and a few other things that don't work. And that's also how you need to treat such a setup. So I would not expect that it's going to be a one-shot thing that's going to work, like in our examples, but it's actually going to take a few hours and stuff like that running, and you need to have it a little bit on the way, instruct it, make sure that you're also trying it out. Is it faster? If not, try something else. Save your progress, for example, in a Markdown file, because later on you can pick it up and I can have a look at it. For example, that's what I'm sometimes doing. Like, just save it in a Markdown file where you are with your research, and then you can continue. I hope that answered your question.
Very much, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, you're saying that the tool is as dumb as the person asking the question. I mean, writing the prompt.
In spirit, you summarized it a little bit, but I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying that.
But yes, I mean, it's.
I've tried
Somebody
hammering a nail with a
Yeah.
screwdriver. It doesn't work well.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you can do that, right? Yeah.
I've just a follow-up on that. Because in the performance panel, we, for example, have also insights.
Yes.
Right? Do we have access to that in the MCP?
That's the thing that's actually exposed over the MCP server if you do a performance trace. So what's happening, a trace is being run, and that trace is then being analyzed by DevTools frontend, and DevTools frontend is then generating the insights, the same ones that you see in the performance panel, and those insights is then being exposed to the over the MCP server to the MCP clients, because the trace is simply too big. I mean, the trace is like multiple megabytes at least, and that is simply too big for any MCP AI agent right now to actually handle. In the DevTools frontend, we have also this AI assistance thing, and that is actually a performance agent and that thing can navigate the trace more or less. So that works a little bit differently. That's actually going through, not even like literally more or less, going through the flame graph and trying to figure out what's actually happening. Because again, it can't handle the whole trace, but it can handle step by step and then generating reports. We have plans to also somehow expose that via, for example, a Claude's kill or something like that. But yeah, that is a different story.
Okay, fair enough. Like the idea would just be go through the insights, work off all the suggestions, do another trace, work off all the suggestions, do another trace until no suggestions are there anymore.
So, something like that.
Awesome.
Thomas, you're sitting here all alone. Wanna have a question? Dynamic forms. Is there a case where dynamic forms have a negative impact?
Negative impact about what?
Negative impact. The person didn't specify more details.
I just want to say it's like, if there is negative impact and you have a valid use case, open an issue, we want to hear about it. No, I mean, it's important. We are creating a new API. We want to make it good. And it's important that we don't create an API that works against you, should work with you. So if you have a valid use case, share your story, share your use case. We want to understand it. And if we can help you write something interesting, we probably help someone else by improving our authoring story, authoring of forms. So there is no bad usage. It's just like we need to understand, and if we can improve.
I have here
let's
more
fucking do
info.
it.
Negative impact in terms of productivity, DX, or performance.
Use case, use case, use case.
As you heard, like you should open the issue, right? But there is like this secret workflow. You can follow Matthew on Twitter, and he has DMs open. I have been using this secret workflow for last year, and the results are amazing.
Well, he doesn't tell you. I've asked him several times to open an issue.
As you might realize, Thomas, with this voice, was working on a sex hotline before his job. Hello.
Trying to instantiate a form.
Follow Matthew on Twitter. No, stupid joke. Back to reality. Node security, Alan. Don't hit me. It's an escape hatch. I say it front off. No. How much of your time do you spend to focus on preventing security issues, or did you ever spend time to hack something in all the ways that you would try to protect from? It's just us and the live
No.
recording, so
I mainly focus on preventing. Or
Preventing.
fixing security issues.
Okay. Do you know someone that hacked anyone else in person? If yes, can I have telephone number, address, first name, last name, and
No people who report security issues.
let's keep the fun story for later. Let's go on. There is a little bit of MCP, a little bit of virtual fuse left. Let's go. Yeah. I will skip the memlab question for MCP. It's not supported yet. They will support it in the future, but it's complicated. Memlab, memory leak, memory debugging, blah, any of those tools. You just open up an issue and that's how you solve the problem nowadays. Open up an issue, they will never read it, then they will close it because no activity, and then you're screwed. The second one is true. I know it from other repos. Okay, cool. But I will ask another one. Yeah, I will take this one. So the cut out news button that you showed, why isn't the MCP, so the MCP uses visual comparison. He makes basically pixel screenshots. Why isn't the MCP using JavaScript to calculate if the element is out of viewport or not? Isn't it cheaper with JavaScript? Question. I can say no, it's not cheaper with JavaScript, but go on.
That is an excellent question, and I don't have an answer. But the interesting piece is, you can ask your AI agent why it thinks that's better. No, honestly, you can do that. It's super interesting sometimes to have this conversation. Like, why did you take this thing and not did the other things? Like, oh yeah, I thought that doesn't work and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I thought. For sure you thought. For sure.
Try it out.
No, but I was making fun of the AI. I was thinking...
Whatever.
It doesn't even know what happened in the past, but okay.
But typically, in MCP, you're exposing functions and you're describing what the functions can do and how you should be using them. And that's what an MCP client is then consuming in order to decide which tools are being called. So in that case, for example, right, it sees take screenshot, it knows from training, screenshot is visual, the person is asking about something visual. That's close enough, so I'm going to call that tool more or less very simplified. That it also can use JavaScript to calculate coordinates and do all this other stuff is not the first choice. It's probably also not the first choice for most humans to do, to be honest. But that's a different story. So it's straight on that. It's the closest thing that's going to do. It probably can also do the other thing. You can ask the thing and see what happens.
Last MCP, I will skip the top one here. MCP DevTools, how do you see the future? Connecting multiple MCP servers, is it... it seems to take away a lot of devs' work on a day-to-day basis. Where will that end in the future? Do we have a job in the future or not? I'm already afraid.
That got dark very fast. I mean, there's where you see right now for what coding agents are being used is you use them as a software developer, so they're doing stuff right next to you. Like, for example, I think we had some refactoring projects going on, like refactor that component to something else and stuff like that, right? And you're outsourcing it to that. Very useful for that. But what now also is happening is, you might have seen that, for example, Copilot, and Google is Tools, and there's a few other solutions like that, where you point it at a GitHub issue and then also does things automatically. What you can see there, experience.
Sorry,
that's nice. Yeah, that's
ignore
questions. What you see there is very often a human actually needs to look at the output and actually need to, or the stuff that's being produced and need to review it, because if a knowledgeable human is not doing that, typically it doesn't. Typically it goes sideways. You might have seen all those web coding security horror stories out there. So, will there be a job for developers? Yes.
I also.
Will it change? Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I want to add something to that. AI agents and things like that are very useful as a debugging buddy.
Last question.
Actually, playing with MCPs and choosing tools is the most fun part of agentic programming, because actually doing it is not fun at all, and solving bugs is not fun at all either. Doing this because I'm doing this for a year of production.
Speaking about
the pain in my voice, if you can feel it.
I hear it, I feel it until here. Yeah. I believe like coding will also get different with this AI stuff. I feel more dead inside when I code with AI agents than when I do it normally. And when I do it for 3 days in a row, I feel really like exhausted from watching the thing doing stuff wrong. Yeah, and the problem is like you can just push it in the background tab, next problem, background tab, you know, like fix the lint, fix the unit test, fix it. At some point I feel like stressed to do more.
So you're managing
know that
people, right?
feeling?
You're managing people, right?
It's I should.
Because No, actually, it's like a shift. You're more shifting towards working
Mm-hmm.
like an engineering manager than working as a software engineer at that
Mhm.
point. And that is a change in how you work.
Yep.
Change is never appreciated by humans. So it totally makes sense that it makes it because it's different. You do a different type of work.
I get the pain of change, fully agree with it, but, and at the same time, not but, and at the same time, to make it positive, if I manage people, it's still a different feeling than if I manage an AI agent. It is like so much different than,
Because you
I
can
would
pull-
still argue I'm more exhausted from the AI managing.
Are you bullying your agent?
Many times.
Are you bullying your employees?
Many times.
Which one is bullying you back?
Definitely the employees. Man, never knew that. Okay. Was sorry. Need some. I take yours. I take.
That's
Random
called
beer.
karma.
Okay. NgGlühwein is the conference of outings, as you know from last year, because last year we told you that my mother knows Rainer Hanekamp longer than me.
What?
Yeah. It's a true story. From work, just saying, I'm not his son. How old are you, by the way? Could work. Could work. Okay. So, this was last year. This year. This year, I will explain two people on screen. What do you believe? Who on stage is on the pictures?
Yes, you know that they're on stage.
Was enough? So on the left side, that's Julian 15 years ago. And on the right side, it's Thomas 15 years ago. They visited the fitness center quite a lot. And I believe they have also more friends now than before. Okay, good. Q&A panel is officially over. We have a JetBrains license to Raffles, some merch. I believe Johanna will do that, right? I have no clue where the merch
In
is.
New York.
Enea is in the US, unfortunately. But let's do the Raffling thing quickly, then we can have a little bit of open end here, and then we will take you to the dinner.
A
or the
group
speakers.
picture.
A group picture, of course, before we do the Raffling. Or let's do it before. Yeah. First with the speaker and maybe me, or maybe just with you, as you wish. If you don't want to have me on the picture, I understand. And then with the rest that is here. Is Johanna, can you make a picture? Where do I sit even here? Take.
Just lie right here.
Okay. Chris, is it okay if I go? No, NgGlühwein. Change the slide to Glühwein. Quickly, my bones start to pierce the other legs.
Yay. Click off.
Full screen.
Oh.
It's good. I cannot. I'm afraid if I do stuff, it looks stupid. Okay, with people maybe or not, I don't care. You wanna be on the picture? I don't know. If you want, let's go on stage. Go, go, go.
How do you know my friend's mother?
You come.
Really? When did you discover that?
Where should my head be? Let's try to do the chairs. Remove the chairs.
Oh yes.
Okay, up. Squeeze, my friends. Woo! Glühwein! Cool.